European Union on quite some things. So it's broadband, it's 5G, it's RAW for IPv4 and connectivity. So you see here two graphs. The graph above is about fixed broadband subscriptions. The data source is not RIPE-NCC, obviously, so when the data source is not us, we refer to it on each slide, on each data block. The graph below does show the coverage of RAW of IPv4 prefixes, so that's quite high and quite nice coverage. Denmark, by all of this, also ended up being the second on Digital Economy and Society Index. The Finland is first, and Denmark is followed by the Netherlands. So I've been living in the Netherlands quite some time, and I tend to believe Netherlands is first everywhere, but not in this case. So we are only third. So congratulations to Denmark, who made the second place. So the next graph thus shows IPv4 transfers. So we've been gathering this data for more than 10 years. This graph is showing the 10 years data about all transfers that happened, actually starting from 2012. Then the transfers were accepted by the community. And since then, it was quite almost the only mean to get a fast amount of resources for the networks. So on the left side, you see outgoing transfers, and the incoming transfers are on the right side. So you see that Denmark, from all the countries in the region, being quite a large donor of IPv4 resources. The vast amount of these resources by transfer went to recipients in Denmark itself, in own country. However, many of them went to predominantly to Italy and Iran. If you look at Denmark IPv4 capacity, it's not the highest from the Nordic region. So Denmark has roughly more than half less than Sweden, for example. Well, we don't see Sweden that, quite active, but not as active as Denmark and the secondary IP transfer market. Denmark has also very high amount of IP resources per capita. It's 2.1. It's a very high number worldwide. However, it's still lower than, for example, for Sweden and Norway, that you have 2.9 there. And it's a very, very high number. So next two slides, you will see exactly next to graphs as we have them in the country report. However, we've been flagged that we missed one player. It's Telia DK. Apologies for that. So we have added that to our numbers and made new graphs. So when you will be reading the report, uploading that from online, just keep in mind that you have to use the graphs that you see on this presentation. So a few words about the graph on the left. It shows connectivity between networks in Denmark. So I need to let you know first about the methodology that we use. So they used RIS data for that. RIS stands for Routing Information Service of the RIPE-NCC. And the dots are colored by country. These are IS numbers, and some large IS numbers are also here indicated as a number. So we had to limit amount of IS numbers here by 250 because the country has a fast, very large amount of IS numbers just to increase the visibility of this graph. So these 250 IS numbers are the most visible in our measurements. Also important to know that this view is limited to routes that are followed by international traffic. So this is just a feature how they collect the data. So this is the only possible way to collect this data. The arrows are going indicate the direction of BGP announcements, so they are actually the traffic goes in the opposite way. And in general, this visualization shows a very high level of interconnectivity between the networks in Denmark. So a very good picture. And the next slide, the next graph is showing the connectivity internationally, and it's very diverse in international connections. So also, again, congratulations, very good picture, what we see. So it shows resiliency and robustness. By the way, Renee and Suzanne are the authors of this report, so they deserve all the credits for this amazing work, what they have done. Also, we had a look at regional traffic exchange, and this figure, it shows like the paths between origin and destination in the same country for this region for IPv4 resources. This data we collected this RIPE Atlas measurement tool. So the purple dots here on the graph are geographical locations of those Atlas probes, and the colors you see actually the trace routes. What you can tell from this picture is the routing is reasonably well organized. There's a few exceptions which are called tromboning, and they are particularly for Denmark. So some routes are going over the Atlantic to Los Angeles and then coming back. So they like to travel, but I do think there is a different reason. They will visit all those amazing cities, including Amsterdam. It's because perhaps the usage of XPs locally is not that optimal, and this is something for you to discuss, to think about. You can also do some checks using our tools. The link is also on the slide. IPv6. So Denmark, you see that it's least IPv6 capability comparing to other Nordic countries. If you take the world average, which is 30 to 40%, actually all Nordic countries are quite, not quite, Denmark may be quite are below that level. You also might have noticed that IPv6 capability showing on this graph, the numbers, they vary. It's because different data source providers, they use different methodology to collect this data. The link for data source providers are also on this slide. In general, what they think, the better country is covered by IPv4, the less the country is inclined to speed up the deployment of IPv6. In Denmark, however, taking into account what we just discussed, that it has less amount of IPv4 per capita, it's much higher in Norway and in Sweden. In Denmark, it's still quite low number of IPv6 deployment. We are also always looking for answers for our community. So why things are happening like they're happening. It's interesting to study the background of these developments. For that, in 2019, when we conducted a very large survey among the operators, we received over 4,000 responses, and 250 came from the Nordic region. The impression that it gave us was that actually for this region, the need to gain more IPv4 addresses via transfers for the operations was much lower than average in the RIPE and CC service region. But the operators here in the region did indicate that deployment of IPv6 is something quite high on their agenda and much higher than average in the RIPE and CC service region. So that's a good trend. A few more words about IPv6. So we at RIPE and CC, in more than 10 years ago, in 2010, introduced a system which we called IPv6 ripeness. and we give stars to operators for depending on how well are they deploying IPv6. So it's very easily earned. It's like at school, you might have the same system at school. You always get 1 star for almost doing nothing. You just have to request allocation of IPv6 from the RIPE NCC, and this is your first and very easily earned star. However, we do see that in Denmark, 21% of operators don't have allocations of IPv6 at all. You get 2 stars if you have a root object, 1 more for reverse DNS, and for visibility in RIS you get 4. And as a crown, 5 stars, then you actually have connectivity through, and the traffic is visible. In Denmark, there are some LARs that qualify for all 5 stars. So congratulations to those companies in this room. Good job. You can read more about this system, and I hope this is encouraging you. So this is how we want to encourage you to deploy IPv6. To wrap up this part of my presentation, I want to remind you which measurements and tools we've been using to collect this data. So first of all, it's a RIPE Atlas. It's our main measurement tool. It's a global network of probes. They do collect data in real time, and everyone can use and benefit of this data. Also, the Atlas probes holders, they can have like customized measurements to measure their own network and to have insights in their own networks. So it's always good to ask if there are here people in the room that do host Atlas probes. Yeah, great. So amazing. So thank you all, because you all contributed to this report. Because without you, without installing this probe and helping everyone collecting this data, this won't be possible. Also, a quick overview of other measurements and tools like RIS, RIPEStat, IPMap, etc. You can read more about these tools on the links that are provided on these slides. So that was a kind of quick run through our country report. I hope it inspired you to download the whole report. It has much more information, and it's a very good read with your morning coffee. It's much better than a newspaper, believe me. I had to read it before presenting here just to refresh my memory. And we are looking forward to hear your feedback. So please do not hesitate to reach out. And if you have answers to the questions, because we do ask some questions like why this is happening in this region, in this country, also please reach out to us, and we will be very grateful for your input. And a few announcements about our projects and upcoming events. Community Project Fund, which is funded by the RIPE NCC. Yearly, we allocate 250 euros to multiple projects that work for the good of internet. And the applicants are selected by independent committee, which is elected by the community. So community members, they elect the community project fund recipients. There are eligibility criteria that you have to get funded. One of them is that the project shouldn't have like a commercial element in it, and serve like the broader good. And I'm pretty sure there are recipients of this fund here in the room. No, I don't see any hands. But anyway, you can look at a list like who has received the funding, and you can also, the projects are very diverse, very interesting. Last week we had an open house there. They all presented current findings of their research. So that's very thankful work. So you give something, but you also receive something back from the community. And of course, There is a lot of anticipation for upcoming events. Starting with the first one, it's a C meeting, which will take place in Split this year on the 4th and the 5th of April. So please join us there. The weather should be fine and much better than today in Copenhagen. The biggest event of the year, of course, the RIPE meeting, and this year we will have it in Rotterdam, in the Netherlands. So welcome allemaal. Just before the RIPE meeting, we will have hackathons, DNS hackathons. So please take it into account when you plan your travel. So this is Saturday and Sunday before the meeting. Also, don't think too long because there is an application process for that, and the deadline is 23rd of March. So if you click on the link, you will see the timeline for application. There will be some events before the hackathon to prepare the crowd for work together. You can consider applying for fellowship if there is a need. Unfortunately, for RIPE 86, it's already closed. So if you have a need, think about next round. We're also always looking for sponsors for our events. And we provide different packages, but you also can sponsor like separate elements of the meeting, such as on-site childcare, a diversity in tech lunch. And you can also sponsor other people that don't have means to come to the meeting. That's called diversity tickets. And it's a very thankful contribution to the community. All the links are on the screen, so please have a look, join us, and we will be happy to greet you in the Netherlands. So this was the end of my presentation, and I hope it was useful and inspiring to read, to download and read the whole country report. Thank you all.
Thank you, Elena. Do we have any questions?
Question, but I have my own microphone, so you don't have to run all the way here. Well, it's not a question, it's a comment. I'm Max from, I represent myself here, but to follow up to what Elena just said about events, I'm part of the RIPE program committee, and if you have anything interesting you would like to present at the upcoming RIPE meeting, and you don't feel like submitting something right now, come and talk to me, because I can try to convince you to do that.
So if you hesitate, don't talk to him, because he will convince you. So.
No, but the call for papers is open, call for presentations is open, so please have a look and see if you can submit something. So thank you, Elena, for the presentation.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
So I'll be around this afternoon, so if there are any questions, then please approach me.
Thank you, Elena.
Thank you.
So next up we have Max. You may remember Max.
It's me again. But I promise this is the last time.
Till the next time.
Till the next time.
So Max is going to talk about some things you might want to worry about when routing things.
So Elena said she had to chip in for a colleague who didn't feel well. We had someone who couldn't reach us, couldn't come to the meeting, so I chipped in with this presentation. So when you see typos, when you see when, not if, when you see those, consider that I did the slides in a hurry. But I had built them. They say 3 things about routing you should be paying attention to right here, right now. I built them for almost the same reason for DKNOG in Bahrain. So a couple of the things here are not really newish, but still relevant. So the idea was to prepare something that would show what is changing, what is happening in the world in routing, because I know I now work at the Internet Society. I actually say it in the next slide, but there are always new things happening, and maybe you are not paying attention. because you're busy with your day job. And this can serve as a presentation that gives you a quick overview of things you might want to take a look into. So, I'm Max. I work at the Internet Society. I'm not representing the Internet Society here. I'm speaking on my own capacity. I care about the Internet. I care about the Internet so much I have my own ASN I run at home. I'm lucky I can run BGP with my neighbor. I have a neighbor that's also a network engineer. So we run BGP between our houses. Wives and girlfriends don't really like that, but that's a different story. And so here I am. Now, the first one is AS sets need improvements. We all know this. It's a long dated thing. But what is it that is happening right now about this? So we've all seen attempts at improving AS sets. But what are AS sets before we start? AS sets are a type of object that tell us who is composing the customer cone of a certain network. What filters should I set up for that? And helps, and AS sets help everyone understand, or building filters, or understanding what should I expect from that network coming towards me. So they define a customer cone, and you should have an AS set. If you have an autonomous system, you should have an AS set, even if it's just including your own AS, because you want to prepare for the future. And everything should be listed on PeeringDB. Yesterday we had a nice talk about PeeringDB. But so I use AS set to generate prefix filters. I use BGPQ4. Job is not here; it's too early in the morning yet. But I'll be pointing to things he has done quite a lot in this presentation. So it's a pity he's not in. You use AS sets to build prefix lists. So you check who are the customers of a certain AS. You build a list of AS numbers, and from there you get all the root objects that contain the prefixes that you want to put into your prefix list. So you build them carefully. But what is the problem? Anyone can create an AS set in the IRR with any name. So at one point, a few months ago, someone created AS Google and AS Facebook, and they made them empty. So if you weren't paying attention at which sources you were using in your scripts, you would get an empty prefix list for Google, for Facebook, for Meta. And that broke a lot of automation. We saw yesterday breaking automation is quite common, but this was a very edge case in this. So what can you do to try to avoid this? What can we all do? Proposed solution: enforce the creation of hierarchical AS sets. This has been discussed on the RIPE routing working group list. Hierarchical AS sets take the form of AS number, colon, AS dash your name. This helps prevent basically what I would call AS set theft. If you want to create something like this, you need to have the authentication you need to pass authentication for the ASN, for the AS object, OTNAM object, which means in turn, you need to be authenticated for it. So when we go to then PeeringDB, because everything should go in PeeringDB, and I have an example in the next slide, prefix the source database. So you make sure you point people to the correct database, in this case RIPE, and then you point to the AS set in the hierarchical scheme. So this way, you're sure that no one can, in any other source, in any other database, create an AS set that has the same exact name as the one you have here. And then the additional solutions would be RPKI. We have 5 repositories against 30 plus IRRs. So everything is simplified, and then those are sources you can all trust. And there's a trust mechanism embedded in RPKI. And then there's work being done with ASPA, with AS Group or AS Cones. I'll go into ASPA in a moment. which intend to bring, so this work intends to bring for AS cones and AS group feature parity. So the idea is to translate AS sets into RPKI. So we have sources we can trust fully, and we can sign all these objects. And then with ASPA, we add also capabilities to figure out how an AS path should be. I'll go into that in a moment. Now, the other suggestion I have is if you have your AS set, you create a new hierarchical style AS set, copy the data in there, and then put it on PeeringDB. Well, I didn't do it the fully correct way because it still says AS58280. I don't show the source. I don't say ripe : : But then in this case, it's implied because you would only find AS58280 under the ripe database. That's my personal ASN. So far, so good? Yes. So I told you I would talk about ASPA in a moment, and then in December, we had the very first ASPA objects in the wild. They were created. So you might know this guy who tweeted about it. Or, well, this was a toot probably. Very first ASPA objects that have started to appear in the global RPKI. So software has been built that's now capable of adding ASPA objects. There's the whole chain that now works. So validators now should accept ASPA objects. You can provide these objects also in the global RPKI, so you can see them. And here we go. But what is ASPA? ASPA objects are RPKI objects signed, and the goal is to indicate who your upstreams are. So you say, I'm only going to send my BGP announcements to these BGP speakers, to these ASNs. So when I have a list of networks that provide this kind of information, I can start building what would be like my expected AS path that I would see in BGP. And whenever I receive a BGP update, I can check it against the separate database of ASPA, and then I can figure out if that is a correct AS path, if someone is trying to inject some routes or leak, or someone is leaking some other routes using data that is verifiable that is in RPKI. So this should help in identifying leaks, identifying hijacks, because if my information doesn't match what I see in ASPA, or vice versa, what I have in ASPA doesn't match what I have in BGP, then I can flag the route. And that's actually what has happened. So we can do a path validation, identify hijacks and leaks. So that is what has actually happened. There was the first route leak prevented by ASPA that was seen, that was checked. And sorry, this happened about a month ago. This was an email from Claudio Jeker, one of the developers at RSSF working on OpenBGPD. And he said that by chance, he got this. He got this message showing that there was a route leak that was identified, the very first one seen by ASPA in the wild. As you can see, there is a sign here. There is an exclamation mark, and the exclamation mark in there says that the ASPA validation hasn't passed. So this is an ASPA invalid next to the origin validation. The V means this is RPKI origin validation is fine, so we know that AS, that's 945, but it was a different ASN that was supposed to, well, 945 is fine, it's the originator, and there was a leak somewhere that changed the AS path, and ASPA prevented that, or showed that that was not supposed to be. So this is what ASPA is supposed to be doing. And how did this happen? OpenBGPD and RPKI client already support ASPA. Validation, thanks to work by the Route Server Support Foundation. Again, it's a pity that Job is not here in the room to get more credit. But if you want to read more about this this work done with ASPA, so what happened in the route leak in this case. There's an article written by a colleague of mine on the Manners blog. Oh, these are two great news, but then there's a bad news. We're almost reaching 1 million entries in the full routing table v4. This was already in December. I have some of one of my routers. We're reaching 933,000. We reached 933,000 networks. So we're close to 1 million. What happens when we reach 1 million? I didn't hear any kaboom. Sorry? Chip makers get to earn more money. That's possible, yes, but out of TCAM. There you go. Yes, what I wrote here is you might want to check the here. Pay attention to your routers and line cards. Reconsider the split between V4 and V6, although V6 is growing as well. And I see Job has entered the room. Job, I gave credit for your work like 3-4 times already. And you missed it. You can watch it on YouTube. Or consider upgrading your platform. So check the split between V4 and V6, and well, MPLS, EVPN, and so on. Or consider upgrading your platform. I can't predict how long it will take exactly to reach the 1 million. I know this week, maybe Elena, can you confirm it? There were more allocations by the RIPE NCC because part of the waiting list was approved. So you might see a slight increase in the number of routes announced in the next few days as people received new allocations and that are small or /24s. You might see a quick small increase in the size of the routing table as well. But you might want to take some time to prepare for when we reach exactly 1 million. And then bingo. Then another good news is RPKI publishing parent now is available as production in RIPE. So if you run delegated RPKI, so you need to have also what's called a publication point. It's basically a web server, to simplify it a bit, rsync, where you generate your objects and then you publish them so that people running relying parties, people running RPKI client, Routinator, Fort can download this data, verify it against the chain of trust, and then give you a VRPs. Basically, if you run delegated RPKI, you have to run a publication point, but that's additional work you would need to do. So the RFCs allow for publication at a different point, and then the RIRs, not all the RIRs, but I think RIPE, ARIN, and APNIC, they allow the publication of your data through their systems, so you don't have to take care of that. You generate your ROAs, and then you upload them to a publication point set by your RIR. RIPE NCC just announced that this is now production ready, so you can use it. It's very useful if you have, very useful to run delegated RPKI if you have address space from different regional registries, so you can manage them from one central point. You run, there's unfortunately only one software to run it. Well, there's more, but the only production ready one is Krill. And then once you run that, you need to publish your data, and you can do it via a third-party service that's run by your RIR. So you piggyback on the RIPE NCC infrastructure, and that's it. So now it is available. You run your Krill instance, set up delegated RPKI on the LAR portal, and then activate publish in parent, and then you should be good to go. And that's simpler than running it yourself. Then we're a bit ahead of time, but the last bit of my presentation, something I thought about yesterday that would be interesting to discuss for 5 minutes today, is the fair share proposal in the EU. How many of you have heard about this before? Not many. So I'm mentioning it here because this could impact routing everywhere. What is this about? So ISPs have started complaining that they need more money to build more infrastructure. But where are they going to find it? So their idea is, oh, let's ask the content providers and the OTTs to pay for the bandwidth they use on our infrastructure. So the idea, there's a proposal, there's a consultation going on right now. There's a questionnaire to fill in. It's about like 70 questions that are very articulated, so it would take some time to fill it in. But basically the idea is that by law, if this passes, by law, as an ISP, you would be allowed to go and ask payment from the content providers to deliver their traffic to your users. Now, you might like this or not. I'm just discussing now the impact it might have on routing. There is a similar law in effect in South Korea since 2016. If you look at how participation at IXPs is in South Korea, you'll see that there aren't many content providers at IXPs in South Korea. So most of that peering happens actually in Japan. So imagine, I can imagine a situation where, chances are that some content might leave IXPs and start peering outside of the EU to avoid incurring fees. So where would this go? Where would this peering go if we're here? In Korea, it went to Japan. But when we talk about the whole of the EU, then you would have, the exception would be Switzerland, the UK, Norway. No, not Norway, but Switzerland, UK. And then probably it would be the Balkans then as another point. So this is something we should all pay attention to. I know RIPE-NCC is working on the issue together with other organizations. EuroIX sent a letter to the European Parliament to discuss this. They even got a response recently. My colleagues at Internet Society are also working on it. Well, I'm also involved. So there's a lot we can do to figure out how this can be made so that it makes sense, or maybe not at all. Yes, we have a question, a comment. Fergus, can you bring the microphone, please?
Hi, I'm Alexi from Finland again. So this is an internet governance issue, and there are internet governance fora in most EU countries and European countries. So I suggest you are active in yours, because there are other issues like this, like content censorship and equality issues and stuff like that, that also are discussed in these internet governance events, and the leaders usually and the lawmakers usually actually follow these things. So that is also a very good avenue to get our voice heard, so that those people don't ruin our internet.
Thank you. Yeah.
Tom Klaffler. I guess I'm hogging the mic again. A couple of comments on the fair share thing. First of all, it's primarily mandated by Breton, who is the commissioner of the Internal Trade Agency. It should be noted that he's the former CEO of Orange, also known as France Telecom.
Yep.
I'll leave it up to you to kind of decide what that means.
I was trying to be more politically correct in my presentation.
It's with the questionnaire, I highly advise everyone to fill this in. You're not obligated to answer all of the questions. Yep. There's also a free-form section that allows up to, I think, 5 pages-ish, or X amount of words. I forgot the amount of words that you can then add as additional information that needs to be read. BEREC, which is a organization that represents most of the interests of, I think, everyone here, is actively against this, combined with as well the Dutch as well as the German governments, who have both gone very clearly against this. This is one of the bigger policy fights we're going to see for the internet within Europe for the next couple of years. So I think it's in everyone's best interest that you do engage on this, because if we don't, it's not going to go away.
Yep. Yes.
You know, those of us who are old enough may remember that this happened 20-odd years ago, the first time they tried it. So this is their second time coming back, and they will keep coming back because that's what telcos do. I can say that. I don't work for ISOC.
No, I mean, yeah, if that was the case. Yeah, so do you have any questions?
First of all, thank you, Max.
You're welcome. Thanks.
And then,
Hi, I'm Alexei from Trex. I had a question about your ASPA slide. So it's
it's good we got Job now. So
yeah,
we
I
can
wanted to
chip
wait
in
for him to arrive
well.
so that he can answer the question on your behalf. So the slide says that you, well, actually, can you go back to this slide?
Sure. Now, how do I? Yeah. Which one?
The one.
Is this about the
one,
ASPA?
One earlier.
One earlier.
No, one more.
One more.
One more. One more. Yeah, here. The goal is to indicate who your upstreams are. So what happens to peers? I mean, if you peer with Hurricane Electric, they're practically an upstream for you, even if you just peer with them.
Yeah, so I tried to be concise here, but the idea is you express who your upstreams are, and then Job, correct me if I'm wrong. Now, you have the chance here, please do. Now, you can also express who your peers are. There are different types of relationships you can, well, go Job.
Job Snijders, one of the developers and authors of the ASPA standards and software. You only specify who your upstreams are, but it's not about who you send most traffic to or who you receive most routes from. So from the perspective of, hey, Hurricane is almost like an upstream, but they are my peer, they still are your peer. They're not expected to propagate your routes to their upstreams. Therefore, you would not list them in the ASPA object. So the data field is very simple. If it's not your upstream, don't put it in. Don't put in IX route servers. Don't put in your peers. Don't put in your customers. Only your upstreams.
So I quit. Any other questions?
not even a little one.
Still have 15 minutes until the break.
Oh, here we are,
Last one.
For your mentioning of, I'm Lasse from Talia. For your mentioning of AS sets, maybe good to clarify that. I think that was obvious, but clarify in the beginning that you are talking about the IRR
Yes.
AS set object and not the
BGP.
BGP announcement AS set. That
Yes. Yep.
Yeah.
I mentioned the IRR once.
I was confused on the first slide, but then you
okay.
clarified.
Okay, okay.
Another question here.
Arman from Mila in Iceland. So, being a small island in the middle of nowhere, I'm come from the telco part, the largest MPLS network on the island, which is maybe not that large in the grand scheme of things. Regarding caching, streaming services, and blocking stuff, and controlling what you have on your network, it's extremely complicated because for us, it's not really good that some of the larger companies don't support caching, and they don't provide caching services at all. So we are heavily hit by, let's say, a Champions League night, something like that. So we have to. This raises the cost of our internet infrastructure quite a bit, since all our connections are through subsea cables. So for us, it's not, because if we stop it, we are not giving our customers a good service. Then basically it's something we cannot do. So for me, it's not a thing of censorship, but partnership. So I would like to see more in regards to these providers pushing their own caching engine, or hiring their own caching services to deliver to these remote places. Because I can understand this might be a problem for small ISPs in Europe, but this can be a horrible problem when you're in a remote island, like us.
Yeah, I can imagine that being a problem when you're so remote and you have to buy capacity over, well, the marine cables.
Absolutely, absolutely, and they are quite expensive there.
Yeah.
It's not the same as buying from Dublin to New York or something.
Mm-hmm.
It's much worse.
Yeah. Thank you for the comment. Anyone else? No? Then thank
Last
you very
call.
much.
Thank you again very much. Thank you, Max.
Whoops. Thank you.
Well, that was a good start to the coffee break. We'll come back at 11:30 after coffee, and 2 more talks before lunch. Thanks. Welcome back, everybody. I hope we had a nice extended coffee break. One quick bit of housekeeping. You know Christmas is coming. It is, trust me. There's your chance to get Christmas presents, free, great t-shirts, branded with DKNOG. You go outside, please take them all, otherwise we have to take them. And we don't want to do that, so buy early for Christmas. So, anyway, meanwhile, everybody here probably knows Nina by reputation, if not personally.
Okay, I'm going to go now.
Nina's a long-time attendee for DKNOG and has spoken many times. She's now at Kentic and she's going to talk about embedded CDNs. Over to you, Nina.
Thank you. Oh, wow, that was loud. All right, so everybody can hear me, I assume, because I can hear myself. So that's awesome. Thank you so much for letting me come and talk. This time I'm going to talk about embedded CDNs. And the reason I came up with talking about that at all was that I realized last year, it was 10 years ago, that I was chairing a panel at DKNOG and basically yelling at the CDNs because at that time I was working with our everybody's beloved TDC, and we were deploying Akamai servers. We had Google caches. We knew that those Netflix people would show up at some point. And I thought it was just like, oh man, they're all doing it differently. Like some of them needs to be done in one way. Some had one kind of power. The other one had another kind of power. The servers are not the same size. So every time you had to do a new deployment, there was a lot of research needed to be done. And then at some point, you needed to understand how traffic steered to the caches. So at that time, I was yelling at them, talk to each other and do it the same way. And so I set out to try and figure out, are they doing it the same way today? And if they're not, is it a problem? Or just in general, who's out there now? Because I was thinking at that time, oh my God, that's 3, 4, 5, 6, all different type of servers sitting inside my network. So I ended up with this talk where I'm sort of diving into who are there, a little bit of statistics, and a little bit about how do they work. And then finally, what to think about if you want to deploy them inside your network, what can you get out of it, and what do you need to look out for if you decide to deploy them deep into your network. So let's get started. First of all, just to make sure we have the definitions right, what is a CDN? If you go on really a helicopter view, it's just a bunch of servers sitting in a distributed geographical area. And then it's a method to put content on the servers, and it's a method to get the end user, the consumers of the content, routed to the right server. And when we talk about embedding, it is when you put those servers inside ISP's networks where they're using IP space, or at least IP space, if not from the ISP, then from originated in the ISP's ASN. So you're not seeing the CDN as their own network, but it is suddenly a part of somebody else's network. And finally, they're aimed for serving the customers of that ISP only and not everybody else on the internet. And finally, the last definition I'd like to get that I will be mentioning randomly throughout the rest of the presentation is a cluster, which is basically a collection of servers that are sharing their disk space. So when you have a number of servers in a cluster, you look at their combined disk space as one disk. So the content will be spread over different servers and not available on all servers in the cluster. Any questions on that? There's going to be a pop quiz in the end. All right, cool. So also, the CDN market has developed quite a bit the past 10 years. So we started out building CDNs because the content became richer. We had pictures. Those of us with gray hair remember that when we were looking at a website, then the picture would load, like, it would come down. very slowly. You new people, young people, students, you will not know what that is, how that feels. It feels bad, I tell you. And that is why the idea came up. Let's push the pictures, the videos, let's put it close to the end users so it doesn't have to travel as far over the internet to load. Akamai, one of the oldest, came up with a brilliant algorithm to put the content and get the folks to the right content. And then we have some of the legacy CDNs still sitting at Lumen, Tata, Edgio. Very well established, doing good business today. And then we have the newer ones, Cloudflare, Fastly, and StackPath, which have come up by offering a more specialized type of CDN with more security focus or DDoS protection or specific high performance for specific type of content. But we have to also give credit to the old guys like Akamai that they are following on the market and are offering all these services as well. And finally, so basically, what we see also is that people with a large amount of content, they're using CDN services, are often using more than one. So they can leverage the different types of features they have or the geographical scope that will be there. So one example of that is Disney. They use a lot of different CDNs, so you'll get that service from all over the place. Finally, the giant content producers like Netflix, Apple, Microsoft, they've decided to build their own CDNs because that way they can optimize the service specifically for their content and are not driving the build out of the commercial CDN. What can happen is that if you have so much content that these guys have, you will be the main or the most important customer of a commercial CDN, but also all the cost of the development will then be on you. And these guys figured out it would be easier to do it themselves. Yeah. And then finally, what we're also seeing in the market, I think these days, is that the CDNs are looking more to cloud services and compute, so they're adding that type of service to their feature set. And at the same time, we have the big cloud providers also provide CDNs, partly for their own service, but also selling the CDN to other people. So there's a merge as well happening in the market between cloud and CDN services, which I think would be interesting to follow. Okay, so who's doing the model of actually placing the servers inside people's network? A lot of the data, or a lot of the claims that I'm going to come up with on the next slides are based on an analysis of data, traffic data from a part of the internet that I have access to, which is the Kentek customer base, who have allowed us to do analysis on their traffic. So it is a sample of the internet, very heavily skewed towards the US and LATAM. So it is how are things looking in that part of the market. But it gives at least an idea about where we are there and where maybe the rest of the world is happening or is going. So just bear in mind what the data it is in the next couple of slides. So we see now the same ones that I was yelling about 10 years ago, Akamai and Google and what was the third one? Yeah, and Netflix coming up. But we also see that Amazon, Facebook, Cloudflare, CDN 77, Microsoft, Apple, Quilt out there, and even some that I don't really know what is, so I haven't put them on the slide. But those are the people that we saw in our customers' network. And if a little bit more statistics, if I look at the number of customers who had embedded servers, most of them would have 6 or less. So even though there is a higher number available, it would be typically 6 or less. And again, the top deployed was that 25% of the ISPs in our sample that have an embedded server will have one from Google, 26 will have one from some from Netflix, 16% will have some from Facebook, and so on and so forth. So it's almost the FANG guys, but not completely. If we then take a look at the traffic in our sample, that is marked as CDN traffic. Here's a split of how that traffic is coming into the customer's network. Is it coming, 4% was coming over the network border. 14% was coming from embedded servers. And mind that this sample is all of the customers, both those who have embedded servers and those don't. It's just a general look at traffic marked as coming from a CDN in our data set. 7% is from embedded to embedded server internally, and then 5% externally and into the embedded servers. All right. Then I'm going to take a look at the four biggest, the biggest ones, and see how is the traffic coming from that CDN split in outside to end user, embedded to end users, outside to embedded, and embedded to embedded. So if we look at Google, and here we're looking at the ISPs who have one or more Google servers in their network. The aggregated statistic is around 40% coming still from outside of the network. Yes, and 56% coming from the embedded servers to the end users. 5% filling the servers from outside, and 1% going from the internal servers to internal servers. For Netflix, we have a way higher amount of traffic coming embedded to end users. And also a note that we have a higher going from embedded to embedded. I'm going to talk about why that is a little bit later. Facebook, Akamai, again, we see how it varies. And this is just basically statistics. It doesn't say anything about how well these CDNs are working, because some of these people may have not enough capacity on their servers. Maybe they're just in the process of doing it. So, but I thought it was an interesting comparison to look at anyways. But mind that it doesn't say anything about the efficiency of the CDNs or the embedded solution. So, to take a step back from traffic statistics and traffic flow and have a little bit look at what are the different methods that could be used to direct the end user to the server. One way of doing it is using BGP. It is very common that an embedded solution have a BGP session from either a cluster or from each of the individual servers that you are embedding, or just maybe a single BGP feed from you to the CDN. And what is signaled on the BGP session? Usually, it is the subnets that are allowed to be served by this cache or by this embedded solution. It also, some of the CDNs will allow you to signal your preference of, well, these servers should be preferred by this group of users. And you can, is that a hand? Do you want to say? No, you don't. Just stretching, sorry. Got to start over. Some CDNs allow you to use BGP to signal to the CDN which prefixes do you prefer are using which clusters inside your network. So they will respect MED or longer prefixes or longer AS path. Some will not. It's a little bit different, so you have to look into the individual CDN before understanding completely what kind of control is put into your hand. And mind, this is only a handful or a smaller group of the CDNs that allows you to do that kind of signaling or that kind of manipulation of the traffic. And again, here we're looking at prefixes sent from the ISP to the server. A very common method by most of the CDNs is using the DNS server that the end user is using to ask for their content as a mapping mechanism from to steer the end user to a cluster or a server or a location. So they basically build up a DNS server map where the clusters is assigned to. And then when a user is using that DNS server to request content, it is directed to the specific cluster. Some are using Anycast. So we all know the server has the same IP address, and your internal routing decides where do the requests go. And finally, a lot of are relying either as a fallback or as part of the decision process is the geolocation of the IP address by the end user or maybe by the DNS server. Right. Okay. Quick recap on this is how a very BGP centric CDN is working, and this one I think I can say this is Netflix, one of the CDNs I know the best. And basically, short is that cluster A has 124/24 assigned to it or announced to it. The other cluster has a different /24. And then the end user that belongs in the number 2/24 is asking the CDN, hey, give me this movie. And then the CDN is looking up in their internal table and say, hey, go to cluster B and you will get your movie. Quite simple, works well for most in most cases. And when it doesn't work well, they fall back to geolocation. Quick recap on how a more DNS-specific CDN works. If we start with one, there's a user in Mumbai, in India, asking, hey, DNS, hey, give me this site.com, where can I find it? And then the local DNS server asks the authoritative DNS server, hey, where can I find site.com? Well, site.com is site.cdn.something.com. And then the local DNS server asks the CDN, hey, where can I find site.com, CDN, something.com? And then they told me, hey, well, for you, DNS server, that site is go to site number A, and then the end user is finally redirected to go ask A, hey, give me my content, and it gets the content. Very brief, probably a lot of more magic going on there than in this, but it gives you an idea about what is happening. But there's more to the story than just, because the question comes up, well, how does the CDN then decide? So this was just how is the end user being told about where to go? And the CDN, before we talked about, it was some BGP assignments, some DNS mapping, but the DNS mapping is based on more criteria. So there are criteria that they apply in their decision algorithm is latency measures. Some of the CDNs are measuring latency all the time to the DNS servers that they know their end users are using, and is using those measurements to decide whether to send the end user to site A or B. Some are also looking at what is my connectivity to that end user. Is it using my transit or peering or public peering? And they do have a preference from using the private peering or the embedded private peering, public peering, and transit. So that is taken into account as well when the user is directed around into which cluster it needs to go. And finally, some of them who have written their clients themselves, also using signals from the client to decide where they want to go. Then they also take into account, well, how much is the load on the servers out there going right now? So they make sure they're not sending too many end users to a location or a server that is already very busy, but send it to another one that is less busy. And finally, they also have to look at where is the content. We're going to look at how content explained is placed on the servers in some of the next slide. But what you need to be aware of is that not all content that is served by this CDN will be on the embedded servers inside your network. Some services are not even offered to embedded servers. Services, when I talk here, or some products, is product aimed at the content owners. They may decide that they do not want to have their content deeply inside somebody else's network, but want them in more secure POPs that are owned and operated by the CDN themselves. Others is like with movies, maybe the popular movies, it doesn't make any sense to put that into the network. They will stay on large centralized sites where there is enough disk space to hold them. So again, you can never expect to have 100% of the traffic going to the embedded servers because the CDN have made decisions that means that will not happen. Okay, so I was talking about different ways of placing the content on this on the servers in the CDN. And here again, I'm starting with Netflix. And what we see here is a typical traffic profile over a week for an ISP who has a well-designed Netflix setup. And the blue tall one, I'm going to point over here. Yeah. So the highest peaks is the traffic coming from the embedded servers to the end users. So we are very happy about that. It's peaking in the evenings where people are sitting down in their sofa and watching movies. We see there's a small peak, the green one, going in at the same time. And that is the long haul. Those are the movies that are not very popular, which means that they are being served from larger centralized sites where they have room for that movie. And it doesn't make sense for the CDN to put that movie inside your network because only 5 people are going to watch it. And then, well, how do Netflix put the movies into your network? They do that in what they call is the fill window. So they calculate every day. This is what are going to be popular tomorrow. And then they put those movies that are going to be popular in your network. They're loading those into your network with the red little spike, because they're trying to only do one copy of each file over the network edge. And then the yellow spike you see there is then the traffic going from that one copy. The rest of the servers inside this ISP's network is then fetching that file from the first server that got it. So that's basically how their fill algorithm is working. The benefit for somebody who embeds Netflix servers this way is that they have very little traffic coming over the network edge. So it's a good idea if they have expensive traffic coming over their edge. If we look at a good designed Akamai setup here, again, we have embedded caches to the end users. And then we see a higher green spike here, which is traffic from outside the network to the caches. And this has to do with the way that content is placed on Akamai servers, which is what a lot of the other CDNs are doing as well, which is a push functionality. So the user is directed to a server saying, hey, give me content. If the cache does not have the content, it goes back and asks from outside the network, hey, give me content. Content downloaded to the server and then to the end user. And then it's present on that server for the next user to ask for it. Works well, you can see with the blue spike coming up. And then they have a sort of constant amount of traffic coming from outside the network to the end users, and I am very, very late. And that is basically you see that is the content that will never get onto the embedded servers. I'm going to go quickly over Facebook, because it's the same model of placing the content. They will have a little bit more type of content that is not going onto the embedded servers ever, and which is why you see the graphs are a little bit higher. You can study them in detail in the slide later on. And what to think about with Facebook is that Facebook has a lot of static content, but they also have a lot of content that needs to be globally consistent, and that is the content that will not go in the embedded, but needs to be synchronized, and that is the between all of their sites, and that is the feed, the news feeds, and the likes, and anything of that kind of thing. Quickly going to go over this because I already talked about it. What you announce to the CDN or to the individual server is also turned into an access control list. That means that this is the only IP addresses that are allowed to get content from that server. Okay, and why do we need to care in so much detail about this? Well, we need to care if, first of all, we need to care if it doesn't make sense for us to deploy embedded caches at all. And there's the business case about saving traffic on your network edge. But also, if you want to deploy deeper into your network and put it very regionalized setup where you have a lot of sites with embedded servers in, you need to understand how the end users are steered to the cache. Because, for instance, when the CDN is using your name server, your DNS servers to map the end users, if you only have 1 or 2 DNS service clusters that your end users are using, but you want to put servers out on 5 different locations, the traffic will not necessarily be mapped into, and you have user groups assigned to each of those 5 locations. Some of those user groups will be using the same DNS servers, which means that the traffic will be going crisscross across your network anyway. So these are things to be mindful about. Same with if you're looking at Netflix and you're looking at the BGP prefixes, if you haven't regionalized your user groups into big prefixes that you can announce to the servers, it doesn't really make a lot of sense to deploy them deep into your network because, again, a user will be mapped crisscross and traffic will flow across your backbone links anyway. So things to think about. We cared a lot about the hardware 10 years ago. Really, right now, I don't think you need to care a lot about the hardware from the CDNs. It is always very new hardware. It is very small these days. It's very high performance. It will need power, but you can get the type of power that you want to get. And usually it is very efficient compared to at least what it was 10 years ago and compared to your network gear as well. So once you decide that this is something you want to do, I don't think caring about the hardware is a big thing. It is actually more about where does it make sense to put the servers. So, very short conclusion. It was unpredictable. I got angry 10 years ago. I don't think I'm that angry today if I was working at an ISP and wanted to deploy it, because what I see also from the talking to people and looking at the material from the CDNs, that is, the processes are working more smoothly than they did. And again, you can get customized to your power needs. But one thing that's still a challenge is the different ways that they map the end users and the different ways that they steer and place the content. But once you understand that, you can build yourself a setup that works for you, and you can offload a lot of the traffic from your edge onto the embedded solution. So finally, am I right? I'd like to hear if anybody want to share their experiences with embedded servers, or if I have some massive errors in my presentation, please point them out as well so I can learn. Yeah.
Thank you. I've got one here. Thank you, Nina, for a great talk, as ever.
Hi, this is Alexi from Finland. So some of those CDNs also use the CDN system for streaming, like live video feeds and stuff like that. Did your data have that, or did you filter that out?
Oh, what services are used?
Yeah, what services?
What services are running? I have not looked into that. I know what some of the, in particular, the specialized CDNs are using. Like Netflix, we all know that is movies, right? But no, and we can. I don't have access to that information in the data set that I do have. I think the limitation is too big, so I can't answer that. But we actually do have the ability to map that kind of traffic and look at it, and it's a good suggestion. Maybe I should dig a little bit deeper into that and add some slides for the next time.
My point about it was that for live streams, the portion of traffic coming from out of the off-net to the caches compared to caches to end users will be different than static content.
Okay. Yeah. No, I do not have that data.
In the back.
Hi, Jan from Norlys. I can confirm that things are getting easier, but still everyone is doing it slightly on their own way. You mentioned a lot about hardware. I think I should comment that some CDNs, they ship kind of specialized hardware that was developed for them. I think we can, now you're public talking about Netflix, we can mention them. But there's also some others that ships off-the-shelf hardware, often managed by some third party, and that actually causes us a lot of issue. Because, for instance, if we have a power supply that is dead, then some guy just shows up in front of the data center, wants to get in and replace that. So at least some of the CDNs, they have a lot to learn how those managed service providers should work with us as ISPs. That is causing a lot of grief. Another thing I would like to comment is that, at least to my knowledge, Microsoft does not provide any hardware. They do provide like an ISO image. So if you want to have an embedded Microsoft cache, you can go out and buy the hardware yourself and deploy that. Again, looking at your data, of course, you cannot see who owns the hardware, but sure. Just to comment on that. If there's time, I would like to ask the statistics you showed about traffic coming in over the edge and from the embedded. How did you get those data? Because I would assume that the majority of your customers, they will send NetFlow data from the edge of the network. But a lot of service providers tend to embed the caches into the data center and probably not send flow data. Did you do that based on DNS?
No, it's not based on DNS. It is based on the classification of interfaces that the customer. So the data I have is Kentic customer data, and what our customers can do in the tool is to classify their interfaces, and one of the classes is embedded servers. So it's basically using traffic coming from embedded servers classified interfaces. Of course, there might be errors in the way that people are classifying their interfaces, so there is some uncertainty on the data set that way, but this is the best I have.
Okay, we're running a little late, so we probably have to say stop now.
But I mean, we are out here. If you have any questions about embedded CDNs or Kentic, come hit us up in the break.
She's here all week. Tip your server. Thank you again, Nina. Great talk.
Thank you. Oh, chocolates. Awesome. Thank you.
And of course, this is your every so often reminder, fill in the survey so we can have more great talks like Nina's. Next up, we have Roman from Nokia, who's going to talk about GNRIC and streaming telemetry. Over to you.
Thank you. I think I'm missing the clicker. So that's, yep. Okay, hi everyone, and welcome to this talk. My name is Roman. I'm part of the Nokia's product management team. And today I will be your guide for the next 30-ish minutes to talk to you about streaming telemetry and GNMI, and the open source project GNMI-C in particular, that is an intuitive to use GNMI CLI and a feature-rich telemetry collector. But before we dive into the meat of this presentation, I would like to take a measurement of this room. Who heard of GNMI as a protocol? That's quite a lot. And who still uses SNMP mainly for monitoring? Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay, so I will ask you to lower your voices a bit because we're going to a sensitive topic. We are entering a cemetery. And we are looking for a particular grave, right? So here's the gravestone. It says, here lies SNMP. You are not simple, not dealt with management. And the dates of life is May 1990, all the way back to June 2018. So if you know what happened in May 1990, that was the date when SNMP v1 RFC was minted. But what drastic series of events happened in June 2018? Who killed SNMP? We know this for a fact. This is actually two stellar gentlemen from Google. They went on stage at DKNOG13 back in June 2018, and they said, SNMP is dead, guys. And you can go to YouTube and type in SNMP is dead, and you will find the talk. That's the actual title of the talk. And I will not repeat what they said. They had a lot of data points and nice graphs, and they plotted a lot of information why they thought that SNMP is going to be irrelevant for the next years. But now you're probably thinking, okay, get off the stage. We are not Google. Not everyone is Google. We are not hyperscalers. Whatever the issues they had might be related to the massive scale that Google operates on. And while this is valid, I should say that we are across the board, across the networking board, we see switch or shift from monitoring to telemetry. And why do we see that? Well, there are many reasons. Technical ones I explained by the Google folks back at the DKNOG73. I would explain more like from the common sense of what's happening right now. Even if you are not a hyperscaler, you know one fact about your network. The network is growing, right? We are not shrinking our networks. We have more and more network elements to manage. And that pushes some pressure on the monitoring stacks that we operate. We also have streaming telemetry collectors or applications that work on the data that demand more high definition data to work on. And the reason for that is that applications are now smart enough to provide some really useful insights based on the data that we collect with high definition, high granularity. But you also know that if you ask your SNMP collector to go and poll the data with sub-minute intervals, your CPU will sweat. Because what happens is that SNMP kind of wakes up your router and shouts at it, give me the counter 1.715, whatever, and router goes full sweat and tries to extract the data from the databases, from TCAMs, and provide a data frame to your collector. And that is CPU heavy, right? You see that CPU spinning quite fast when you want to lower the collection interval. And also, one interesting fact about SNMP is that by default it uses UDP, everybody knows that. And it's okay to miss a frame for your interface counter. You don't really care. You will get another data frame and you will approximate, and your graph would look exactly as you expect it to be. But now we have systems that are more like operating the network based on the streaming telemetry that you collect. What happens if you miss a data frame that says my BGP peer went down? You don't want to do that. And for that reason, you have to have a reliable transport delivery, which is HTTP or TCP-based protocols that would enable that certainty or guaranteed delivery of the data. So back to Google. They said, okay, there are a lot of inefficiencies of SNMP. It's time to move on. There are better alternatives to that. And they came up with a protocol that's called GNMI. So GNMI stands for those who doesn't know what it is, it's gRPC-based network management interface, and hence the acronym. It uses gRPC framework to create the protocol, and gRPC framework enables you to write client-server applications that allow you to build remote procedure calls as if the calls were local to your application. There are a lot of information on the internet around gRPC. We will not focus on it here. We'll focus on the GNMI. So what GNMI does for you as a network operator, it kind of tries to solve two things. It is a network management interface. So you can configure your network elements with GNMI as you do with netconf, JSON RPC, REST API, REST Conf, with a few key differentiators. And also, it makes it easy and performant to stream data out of the boxes. So a key point here is that GNMI kind of solves two problems: streaming telemetry and network management, all in a single package. So it is quite interesting to see that when there is a void left by SNMP, there's usually not one protocol or not one solution that tries to fill it, right? And GNMIC was created by OpenConfig Consortium, or led by Google, but there were others. And we all know the other standards body that is quite vocal. IETF came up with a protocol that's called Yang Push. That was the draft name, but the official name is Subscription to Yang Data Store, to Yang Notifications for Data Store Updates. Quite a mouthful, right? And this RFC is really great. If you go and read it, it has a lot of things. It's pluggable. It has different transports. It can do this, and that. It has it all, but lacked adoption. There are very few network operating systems that implement Yang Push, not even to say the RFC version of it. So it kind of comes to a bronze winner. It has it all, but nobody cares about it because adoption is not there. There's no interest in that one. Maybe things will change, but this is the current state of affairs. All right, so what is GNMIC to GNMI? GNMIC is an open source project that we created at Nokia back in 2019, when we started to see that there's a ramping interest in GNMI, and we wanted to fulfill the void of lacking of tools to work with GNMI. So GNMIC is an open source project that does three things. So first, it is a command line interface for GNMI targets. Now, what is a CLI for GNMI targets? Imagine you want to learn what GNMI is, and you have a GNMI-enabled router or switch. How do you learn that? You typically go and take some CLI tool and play with it, be it for netconf console, or maybe it's a Postman for REST-based devices. So we wanted to create the same for GNMI. And I personally went to the internet looking for an already existing CLI, because why wouldn't it be already created if the protocol is there? But all we found was tools written by developers to developers. And you know how it looks. No documentation. If you wanted to download the binary, it's not there. You need to build it, or you need to have a dev environment. So it was not user-friendly at all. So we decided to build a CLI that would be joyful to work with and would kind of be a de facto CLI for GNMI targets. So that we did in 2019. And the next step was to create a collector out of it. So now if we know how to interact with the GNMI device, it makes sense to create a daemon that would run as a streaming telemetry collector, which you can scale, you can deploy in production, you can ingest data from your network nodes and push it to the outputs. So that's the highly available and flexible telemetry collector as well. And lastly, we also provide the Go API for GNMI, so that you can write your own automation scripts or programs, configuring the nodes from the Go programs, or creating streaming telemetry collectors yourself using the API that we provide. And this API is more human-friendly than the auto-generated GNMI API. All right, so the base is set. Now, starting with the CLI portion, what GNMIC CLI is, it's a bunch of commands, right? So you use CLI as a command line interface. So which commands do we expose? We have RPC-based commands. GNMI has 4 main RPCs: capabilities, get, set, and subscribe. They are self-explanatory, and GNMIC exposes them as subcommands. So you can type GNMIC get, and you will get information from the device. And we kind of design those commands after the GNMI specification. So by saying GNMIC CLI is intuitive, is that you read the CLI you read the GNMI specification, and you recognize which commands you need to use to perform a certain action. Besides that, we have utility commands. And utility commands are auxiliary commands that help you work with any GNMI-enabled target. So you can generate diffs between the intended configuration and running configuration, or you can generate compressed paths to work with your streaming telemetry collector. Some things that make your life easier as an operator. And then when we designed the CLI, we also wanted it to be really flexible in configuration. It's really painful when the CLI doesn't have a flag to configure anything, and you need to ask a developer to add it. So we decided we will add everything that GNMI specification has to offer as flags. So of course you can use flags as you would typically use with the CLI tool by providing it on the terminal, and that makes it very easy to configure CLI tool of GNMIC. But not only flags are useful. If you want to run your GNMIC CLI in a CI/CD setting, environment variables are your friends. You may be having them as a secrets in your CI. So we have environment variables provided to you for every configuration aspect of GNMIC CLI. So you can use either flags or envars, or you can use a file configuration. You can use a file, put all the options there, and all the options are one-to-one mapped between each other. So all three configuration options, flags, envars, and file configuration options, they have the same names for each and every parameter. Okay, sweet. Now let's see.
Sorry, Roman, are you taking questions in the middle, or?
I think it's better to wait till the end, sorry, just to keep the flow going. So now we have GNMIC and a few examples for typical commands, right? So you have get RPC. Get is basically your equivalent of polling. You say, dear router, I want to get information from this particular path. In this case, this is a host name. And with this command, you will immediately get all the data for this particular path in your terminal. So that's a quick way to see which data the router will return to you should you have asked for it in a once fashion. The fun happens when you use GNMIC set. That is what enables you to configure the box from the comfort of your terminal. So you can say, I want to change the path, and in this case, this is the admin state of the interface, and you want to enable it. So you provide it with update value. But GNMIC has a lot of options to provide setting of configuration. It's not really convenient to use CLI style setting for large configurations. So if you want to have a full BGP configured in one go, you wouldn't want to type it in the CLI. For that reason, we have set files, so you can compress all your configuration in a file and ask GNMIC to use this file as a set source, and it will configure it out of the file, out of the content that you pasted in a file. So there are many options to use set with GNMIC in a CLI mode. I encourage you to read the docs. We have a lot of examples there. And lastly, I would like to talk about GNMIC subscribe command. So with subscribe command, you might wondering, why do you need a subscribe on the CLI? It's not feasible. This is purely for testing. You want to see what kind of data you will get from the network node should you subscribe to a particular path. Will you get the right timestamps? Will it send it with the right encoding, or will it have proper intervals set? So that is what GNMIC subscribe command doing. Now, CLI is cool. It gets you going. You can learn what GNMI is, how to use it, why is it better than SNMP. But then eventually you have to step into the land of deploying this streaming telemetry collector in your network. And the way you do it is that you deploy a specific telemetry collector in your network in a daemon mode so that it runs indefinitely until you stop it. And a typical telemetry collection stack looks something like this. You have your GNMI-based devices, you have your collector, and then you have a certain output that stores your data, or where your data is going to. In this case, this is Prometheus, and some visualization layer, typically Grafana, is used. So let's dive into the streaming telemetry collection portion of GNMIC. The way it works is that you create a configuration file. In this configuration file, you define your targets. And targets are basically your routers or switches that you want to subscribe to. You specify the addresses, the authentication data, and after that, you define the subscriptions. So subscriptions are basically a collection of paths that you would like to subscribe to, and some subscription-based configuration, like the intervals that you're interested in, and maybe some subscription options that you would like to pass on. And lastly, you define the outputs. This is where your data will end up being pushed to, right, from after it is ingested by GNMIC. What you do next is that you bind subscriptions and outputs to targets. Why we do that? We want to give you flexibility. What kind of routers should be associated with which subscriptions, and where to put the data from. So you can mix and match and create really flexible data pipelines with that particular binding. So speaking of outputs, outputs are really important when you're speaking when you're talking about streaming telemetry. This is where your data will be ended up being. And in GNMIC, we have three major output categories. So one is databases. Databases will store your telemetry data, and most of the times it is time series databases such as Prometheus or Influx or some commercial systems like Victoria Metrics and the likes. And we do have plugins for most of them, right? For the most common ones, at least. We also have a chance to pass your telemetry collected metrics to message queues. Why do you want to have a message queue? Well, some people want to have some complex data pipelines. They want to pass the data to other systems that are consumers from the message bus, or maybe you want to fan out your telemetry data to different outputs for multiple databases, Influx, Prometheus, something else. Again, message queue can be a mediator or a buffer before you do that. And lastly, there is a very simple output, which is a file or standard out for debugging purposes or for demos when you want to show how it works. You can use those kind of outputs as well. And we have way more than just that. We have UDP and TCP raw sockets that you can push to. So again, it's all listed in the docs. One thing that people don't really realize that often is that when you subscribe to a data, you don't immediately store it. Most of the times you need to message it a bit. You need to change something. You need to unify the data that you receive from multi-vendor network, and that's where processors come into play. A data manipulation is very important when you ingest the raw data, especially in the multi-vendor networks, and you want to have a commonality between the data that you collect. For example, you want to convert the types that you receive. You receive a string, but you need a number, so you can do a conversion. Or maybe you want to group different events that you receive from the network as a single metric before you store it in the TSDB. This is, again, a task for a processor. And recently, Karim, the lead developer of GNMIC, added a few interesting processors, namely JQ and Starlark. These kind of processors enable you to write mini programs that would consist your logic, and you can program how you want to change the metric that you ingested in a raw format from the network devices. And then you can augment, enrich it, and pass it over to the output. And then when you define the processors, you again have a flexible option to bind it to a specific output so that different outputs can have different processors, and you can chain the processors to make sure that you have a flexible pipeline. All right, now the interesting part about GNMIC is that it offers clustering out of the box. Maybe you're wondering, why do we do GNMIC as a streaming telemetry collector if, for example, Telegraph was already there? CLI was not there. It made sense to create a CLI, but Telegraph was already part of the game. Why bother and creating a streaming telemetry collector? There are many answers to that, but the main reason is that Telegraph doesn't offer you clustering. You can't have a cluster of Telegraph collectors in a free version. And with GNMI cluster, with GNMI, we offer you clustering out of the box. So you can have multiple collectors forming a cluster, and your targets, your GNMI enabled routers or switches, will be distributed between your cluster members. So you will have a leader elected, you will have followers, and your targets will be really evenly distributed between the members of the cluster. If a member dies or something happens, it can happen that you lose a region and one of the members was there. The targets that it owned will be redistributed automatically. So you will have a highly available cluster with target redistribution enabled out of the box. Now we understand that GNMIC and streaming telemetry is kind of new. There is a lot of things that are quite new to network engineers, all these protobuf specifications and complexities when you need to have a TSDB and some telemetry application stacks next to them. For that reason, we created deployment examples. We wanted our users to be really not feeling lost when they see a lot of new terminology and a lot of new tools, which they typically don't have in the networks. So we created deployment examples, and our deployment examples use Container Lab as a network underlay so that you can deploy everything in one go, both the network underlay, the GNMI collector, the TSDB as a container, Grafana as a container. Everything comes up when you deploy the lab, and we explain the use cases, how GNMIC can be used there. So for you can start easily by selecting, do you want a single node collector cluster? Do you want a clustered deployment? Do you want to use TSDB or you want to use a message bus? And then a relevant deployment example will be shown and you can follow and see how it works. So as the slide shows, there are many ways you can use GNMIC as a streaming telemetry collector. There's plugins to console, to service registration, a lot of stuff that you can dive into. So last year, we had a chat with OpenConfig team. And they said, you know, GNMIC is cool. We kind of see that it's relevant to the users and it does its job well. So why don't you donate GNMIC to OpenConfig? And that's what we did. And now GNMIC is part of the OpenConfig. And the project is still open source. Nothing's changed. The lead developer is still there. It's just we have a bigger name, a bigger consortium that backs the project up. So that sounds interesting. I think yes. If you want to explore the GNMIC, this is the main documentation portal for it, gnmic.openconfig.net. And this documentation portal has all the information that you might need around installation, deployment examples, how to configure it, using CLI or streaming telemetry collector or Go API. Everything is there. We encourage you to try the deployment examples, pick and choose whatever TSDB you are most comfortable with, get your routers connected to the GNMIC cluster and see how it all works. If you want to get in touch with GNMIC community, and there are a number of customers here already who are using GNMIC as a telemetry collector, you can find us at GitHub issues or GitHub discussions. And lastly, we encourage you to support open source projects. It's not easy to create a very good open source project, and I think GNMIC is one of them. So give it a star. And I have a lot of stickers with GNMIC with me, so if you want to pimp your laptop, I have a bunch, so check out. With that, thank you very much, and we're open for questions.
Thank you very much, Roman. I see Alex did run away, but it's running back.
Yeah, there was a gentleman with a t-shirt, SNP is not bad. I hope he's not here.
Yeah, so I had just a small question about the settings for the CLI command. So you had slides about how you can set the environment and command line, and that you can also stick the settings into a file.
Correct.
Is there an environment variable for the file name of the file?
That's a good question. I think we don't have it.
I have a suggestion.
Yeah. Yeah, you can definitely just use the shell, and if you have an environment variable that points to a path, then you can use these as export it as an envar and use it as a CLI argument. So should be possible, but yeah.
Yeah, Henrik from Intempus, I just have a small question, like what takes precedence when you show all the 3 different configuration options?
Yeah, great question. So CLI flags or arguments take precedence over envars, and these take precedence over the file. So you can have a file and then override with envars and then override with CLI arguments.
Yes, Wilhelm from Europa. I was wondering, we use SNMP exporter today with Prometheus, and I'm wondering how does GNMIC compare performance-wise and so on?
So what SNMP exporter does is that it takes the SNMP messages and pushes it to, or Prometheus scrapes them, right? With GNMIC, it is a bit different. You get your data out of your network elements with GNMI protocol. So your network elements should support GNMI in the first place. But then you can get a lot more granularity and a lot more high definition data, so you can select which paths you want to subscribe to. So you can get FIB or RIB data even, or you can subscribe to things that are not available in your SNMP MIPS, for example. But it can be vice versa. For example, you have SNMP MIPS for everything, but GNMI is not there on your device, and then you have no choice, right? But performance-wise, GNMI is way more performant than SNMP, even if you use SNMP exporter on the nodes. So you will be able to get more data with less CPU pressure.
And another question at the back.
Hi, Rene from Nordic. You say SNMP is dead. That's fine. And then you mentioned another protocol, Yang Post, which was not push, which was dying because of no adoption. So, what is the adoption of GNMI?
Well, it's a good question. Thank you for that. So the adoption for GNMI is quite growing. So now with major vendors out there, like the big four, every router that is not lower grade has a GNMI support. And when we say GNMI support, that's protocol-wise. So GNMI is supported as a protocol. The other question is your network element has the Yang model that covers all the state and configuration of the box? That's a separate question, which is not really relevant to GNMI, but in general, how good your vendor is with augmenting their configuration and state with Yang models. Because GNMI by default uses Yang modeling to get access to the data, and the less data covered by Yang is, of course, making this data unavailable to any protocol, GNMI or netconf or any other model-driven interface. So the adoption rate is growing. It is already quite good. So you can have Cisco, Juniper, Arista, Nokia already supporting it. And yeah, it's getting better and better over time.
Any more questions? Oh.
Jan Farrow from Forskningsnettet. Just continuing this, now you said the top models would have support for this. Do we expect it to grow downwards so that in the end I'll have the office switch being enabled for GNMI?
Yep. I would say that probably not. So the old gear will likely not get GNMI support. The new one will, but it's always a matter of pressure from the customers asking for a new interface to be implemented. So it's not a rosy current state of affairs. There are network elements that only has SNMP currently. So
a quick question, because we're kind of running late into lunch, and they take the food off early here.
Yeah, I was just a follow-up on the legacy devices. Is there like some kind of translator from SNMP to GNMI, or is that possible?
Not that I know of. Not that I know of. So if you have a very old switch which only has SNMP, then you have to stick to SNMP, right? Or wait until you will swap this to a newer switch.
Okay. Thank you very much again, Roman.
Thank you.
Great talk. We now have lunch for an hour, and then you can fill in your surveys.
welcome. Welcome to the last quarter of DKNOG. Hope you had a good lunch. You look full. Right. Now we have Aksu talking about packet filtering. Please give him a big hand.
Thank you. Thank you. So yesterday there were a couple of presentations about fighting DDoS, and I guess it's been mentioned a few times today as well. And this is going to be a bit about that as well. So DDoS is a big disruption, and of course there are other forms of disruption as well. Sometimes even misconfigurations can be very disruptive, and when you're protecting your network or your services, it's important to think about how you can take care of all of these problems. I've been running all sorts of services, and especially IRC service is something that back in the 90s got a lot of DDoS. Well, I guess it's still getting a lot of DDoS, but not as much as back then. And also we've got more measures protecting it now than we used to back then. Few vendors have good tools for protecting all the sort of protections that I'm talking here. So I'll also be talking about how, or wishing basically how the vendors could do better. So back in the 90s, I was a Cisco fanboy because like up until 97, 98, there really weren't any other options. But then Juniper came along, and at some point I had to switch to Juniper. And once I got that big change through my brain, I actually fell in love with it because the filters, packet filters, route filters, all sorts of things were a lot more expressive and easier to comprehend than like route maps in Cisco's. And also, well, there's another slide about that. I'll come back to that problem later. But anyway, so I fell in love with Juniper. But now, again, there are a lot more vendors out there than there were a few decades ago. And so I'm basically having to change again and finding that a lot of the tools that I like to use on Juniper either don't exist on some other vendors or are not as nice to use, not as easy to use. One of the features in Juniper, for example, that I really liked is that you can build your filters from smaller segments. So, for example, you can have a segment that contains all the necessary protocols and prefix lists and whatever for network management, and you can put that on every interface where you have something you need to manage. And then you can have a second segment that has generic rules for like web services. And you can put that on the interfaces where you have web servers. Then you can have a segment for mail servers, and so on. And so basically, it's code reuse. And the other thing is that things like prefix lists can be reused in many places. So you can like write one trusted servers or trusted addresses list and then use it in many places, or you can have one golden prefixes for like root name server routes and use that in multiple places or whatever. Yeah. So I'm taking the IRC as an example. There are some pseudocode segments on these slides, but they are exactly that. Pseudocode. They look a bit like Juniper filters, but they're not Juniper filters. I first tried to put real Juniper filters here, but they are so verbose that it would have been so small text that even I couldn't read it. So I compressed them into this pseudocode format. So as I said, IRC used to get a lot of DDoS, and IRC as a service is not trivial to defend because it it requires a lot of different ports. It requires both incoming and outgoing connections, and they have very different needs. So I'll be going through the different types of packets that we need to take care of. Of course, in IRC's case, not all packets are equally critical. So there are some packets that you need to protect more than others. But this is all applicable to many other things as well. So the first thing is discard everything you don't need. That's usually simple, except in the case of IRC, when there are so many different protocols, and when you first start building the firewall, you don't even remember all the little protocols that you need to take care of. So that is often the biggest thing that you have to find out all the traffic that the server actually needs, and then add an allow rule for or accept rule for all of that, and then finally discard everything else. The second problem that is common to most protocols is that since you can't actually block the production traffic, how do you protect that? And for example, in the case of web services, that is a really difficult thing to do with a router or a simple packet filter, because you don't need a lot of packets to DDoS a CGI script. If you've got a very poorly written CGI script that makes big backend SQL queries or whatever, your service can be brought down with 1,000 web queries a second. And that is so small an amount that the router is not really the right tool there. Some front-end web proxy is probably, or load balancer is a better tool for that particular case. So IRC, for example, is easier to protect in this case, the production ports. Well, using stateful firewalls was suggested back in the 90s. Of course, back then the IRC server ran in a university network in Tampere. And they had just gotten a huge stateful firewall. But the thing about stateful firewalls when you are trying to use them to protect against DDoS is that they do protect your service from DDoS the same way a fuse protects an electrical circuit. So it just blows up. So the next thing that we went for is to limit traffic levels. So basically, you can do this in stages so that at your network edge, you can have huge limits. Then closer to the servers, you can have smaller limits. And then on the server itself, you might have some limits as well. The point is that at each stage, you limit the traffic to something that the next stage can handle. So if your upstream is like a 100 gigabit port, but your server ports are 10 gigabits, then at the upstream level, you need to limit the traffic such that it fits into the next stage links, or doesn't go at least a lot above that. And then at that stage, at the server edge or network server edge, you limit to a level that the server can handle without blowing up. But there's a catch to this, because DDoS often tries to turn your service off. So this is a bit similar to what yesterday's presentation about FastNetMon said about black hole routes, that if you yourself turn your service off, then you are doing the DDoS thing, work for them. So if you make it easier for the attacker to shut down the service by having a limit that is too low, then you are making it easier for the attacker to achieve whatever it is they're trying to achieve. In the case of IRC service, the attacks usually just, they don't try to turn off the IRC service, they try to gain advantage within the IRC chat network, which is usually gained by making the network split into smaller sub-networks and then making state alterations in one of these splinters and then letting it heal up again. So that was the usual attack type and the reason why IRC was attacked, making the network split. So basically, to protect against that, if you can protect your service against what it is that they are trying to achieve without actually bringing down the service, then it'll send a signal to the attackers that attacking is not very fruitful. So basically what we did was we protected the server links separately from the client links. The server links often use the same ports as the client links, so it's not necessarily easy. Basically, in our case, we had the list of IRC servers that we have configured links with, and then we policed that traffic to something that was way above what the server links would ever use. There was actually also a burst because back then the heal burst, as it would be called, was 30 megabytes. So we allowed, the policer allowed the burst automatically before starting to limit traffic. But normal server link traffic was less than a megabit, like a few hundred kilobits. So 10 megabits back then was way more than was necessary for the server links. And then the IRC clients, the rest of the connections, IRC service doesn't use a lot of bandwidth because it's pure text, no pictures or animated videos or whatever. Of course, the second thing that they might want to attack is make it impossible for clients to connect or get all the clients to disconnect. So basically, TCP connections are divided into two stages, or several stages actually. But the first stage, the initial connection setup stage, the so-called SYN flood, is often one of the attack types. So for client connections, we separated the SYN stage and the normal connection stage into separate firewall terms and separate policers, so that if there's an attack against one, it doesn't affect the other. So for example, if there's a SYN flood, new connections are lost in the flood, but existing connections are preserved. And of course, since the server is managed with SSH, then it could also be attacked, so we needed to do something like that for SSH as well, and some other protocols as well. So most of the attackers, script kiddies is a term coined, I believe, in relation to these IRC server attacks. The term script kiddie meant a kid that just went to some website and downloaded a script that did the attack. So they didn't know what they were doing, they just knew that this program would do what they want. So basically, they were using off-the-shelf tools, and they would usually only use one attack mechanism or attack one port or whatever. So when every single thing we accept through the firewall has its separate policer, an attack on one type will only affect that type. So the other traffic will still pass through normally. Like, so as I mentioned on the previous slide, new connections might be disrupted, but existing ones would still be okay. Or SSH management connections couldn't be established, but the server still operates, or if there are existing SSH connections, then those would be okay, or whatever. Well, as I mentioned, IRC uses a lot of protocols. So when a new client connects to IRC, it is checked for all sorts of abuse, potential abuse features, if I could call them that. And of course, the client is, or the end user is identified if possible. So the server actually probes the client IP address, dozen ports, TCP, for web proxies, SOX proxies, possibly some other proxies as well. And of course, the ident port is queried. So all of this traffic also needs to be allowed for. But if these checks fail, then usually the client is still let in. It's just put in restricted mode or something, so that they can't, for example, gain privileges on any channel or whatever. So if somebody attacks these probes, probe attempts, generates traffic that would overload the policer for the probe ports, it's not as critical as the normal production ports. Of course, what we could do is we could have separate limits for every port. Then if just one of those ports is attacked, then it doesn't. It's a separate policer and it only affects that check. And of course, here this destination port and source port are swapped because these are outgoing connections. So this filter would be on the router facing toward the server for packets going to the server. So the destination ports are random because the server uses random high ports to initiate these test connections. And then, of course, there are a lot of other important protocols that are needed, like DNS. The service makes a lot of DNS queries all the time. The router in front of the service is made redundant with VRRP, which these days uses IPsec for security. So you need to protect that. And with that in mind, TTL 255 is a good thing to add there, because those packets will always have the maximum TTL and they are link local protocols. So if you ever see a VRRP packet with a smaller TTL, it's a spoof attempt. So you can just drop it. You don't even need to police it. NTP, IRC needs timestamps for logs, just like every other service. And if you need to correlate attacks or whatever using the logs, you really want good timestamps. So you need to allow NTP. In our case, also the servers used to be NTP servers for some other servers. So we needed to allow more than just NTP peers traffics. But the NTP is one of the protocols that is often used as a DDoS amplification service. And but it's easy to, or relatively easy to recognize that, because normal NTP queries and responses are short packets, less than 100 bytes, whereas that reflected traffic is usually hundreds or thousands of bytes. So you can match on packet length in the case of NTP and only allow those short packets through. So you can also get rid of a lot of potential attack traffic that way. And ICMP, you need to let ICMP through, but you don't necessarily need all ICMP. But traceroute is important for debugging, and path MTU discovery is important for the actual service itself. A lot of IRC servers, users used to come over like dial-up connections or other slow connections that used shorter MTU. So it's important. So your ICMP, you should have a rate limiter on the ICMP, but you can list all the actual ICMP types that you actually need, rather than allowing everything through. And of course, you could limit traceroute ICMP to like 1 megabit or a few hundred kilobits. PathMTU, I think a few hundred kilobits would be quite enough for that as well. And so you could divide it into separate categories if you wanted more protection. But then you can do this on other levels as well. And here is an example of a layer 2 approach on internet exchange points. So a lot of IXPs forbid running internal routing protocols like OSPF or IGRP on the network, or many other link local protocols as well. So you could block those. VRRP is another example that is usually not allowed on the IXP shared medium. Now, I'm not advocating that you should block all of BGP at an IXP, but you could block parts of it. So basically, TTL security means that BGP connections as well use TTL 255, so that if a packet with a smaller TTL enters your IXP, then it's a spoof attempt from somewhere further above, further along the field. But of course, this is tricky because there could be also BGP connections going over the shared medium between like RIPE RIS service, and you don't want to block that. So you also need to check that the destination address is actually one of the shared medium IP addresses before you go ahead and try to do anything. So TTL security, I'm not advocating that everyone should do it, but at Trex in Tampere, we are heading that way. All our members have already, to the best of our knowledge, configured TTL security with each other. We know that our own route servers and our own routers require it, and all the sessions are still up. So at least to what us, they've done it. So the next step, we haven't gone that far yet, but the next step is that we could just filter it straight at the switches. So if somebody doesn't, if one of our members don't have the hygiene filters on their routers that would prevent this sort of attack, then the switches themselves will step in and do the filtering. Another BGP filtering type is RFC 8327, which basically means when we are about to do maintenance on the switch, we can block even the remaining BGP sessions on the subnet so that the BGP sessions die and the routes disappear and the traffic goes elsewhere before maintenance. So that is another example of layer 2 filtering at an IXP that could take place. Now, these examples on the right are more hypothetical because we found out, I don't remember exactly, I think it was the destination port that didn't actually exist, at least in that Junos version that we were using at that point. So we would have had to do that using flex matching, but it was basically doable, but not as easily. So maybe even Juniper can still improve, although I don't know, newer software versions probably have this already. You could also rate limit IPv6 link local traffic or detect IPv6 link local traffic that isn't actually link local. If you set up a black hole MAC address at the IXP, then you can, of course, just block that in the same firewall as well. Just make sure that you still allow ARP traffic for it so that it works. So a lot of vendors started out by copying Cisco in either in style or even more closely. And the problem I had with Cisco was that over time they realized that their filtering syntax was limited, and they created new syntax fixed those limitations, and basically they now have like a dozen different AZL types, and it's not really helping anybody. And of course, all the vendors that copied that are in the same situation. A lot of the network operating systems, the new ones, run Linux, and some of them even use Linux kernel abstractions for some of their own services, like they might be mapping switchboard into Linux kernel interfaces or something like that. So this gave me one approach that could be taken to improve other filters, other vendors' filters. Use something Linux already has. So Linux is switching to NF tables from IP tables. And NF tables basically combines all the old table types into one abstraction, and it allows to combine a filter rule that works for multiple address families. And it's a very powerful language. You can chain all sorts of things in it. But implementing it in merchant silicon, of course, it's going to be pretty difficult. But in my views, it would be a lot better than what Juniper is now. Here's an example of what it might look like. So this is a sort of dual stack filter rule. The first rule just checks input interface name. So it works for both IPv4 and IPv6. Again, this is slightly pseudo-coded. The real filters are a bit longer, but not much. The second and third rules match actual source addresses for first IPv4 and IPv6. So those rules only work for one address family each. And the rest of the rules just find UDP or TCP packets inside the IPv4 or IPv6 and make matches there. Now, I'm not saying that if somebody does want to go this way that they should implement the whole thing in one go, but there are a lot of, well, basically the basic functionality you should go for first, and then maybe expand when you have time, and especially if customers demand certain features. Like static prefix lists are a simple thing you should implement right away, but all the dynamism that NF tables supports for address lists and prefix lists is not necessary to begin with. Maybe later, if you find a neat way of implementing, then why not? Well, that's the core presentation. I do have a couple of backup slides, but let's see if there are any questions first.
No questions? No? No, you're not. Yeah.
Well, I'll use this backup slide to fill some time. So basically, one of the technical issues with some switch platforms is that they only support lookups before filter rules, and generally doesn't much matter. But when you are trying to protect the control plane, it does make it a lot more difficult, because you don't actually know if the packet is going to the control plane at the filter stage. So what you would need to do is you would need to check for all the types of packets that can end up on the control plane on every interface, on every ingress filter. Well, one approach that hardware vendors might use for this is that they might put a separate filter chip or switch chip between the switch and the control plane, so that they can implement the control plane filter there. But the problem with that is that you can still end up with head-of-line blocking. If you've got a lot of traffic from all interfaces coming to that chip, then that chip will be overloaded, and it can't protect the control plane in all cases. Again, questions?
Hello, I'm Nikolai Kornum from IT Relation, and my question for you is, have you looked into RPL language in iOS XR?
iOS XR. No, I haven't. I know there are also these P4, for example, and other languages that could also be very good alternative ways of doing the same thing I was suggesting. So, but I'll have to look at that.
Any other questions?
Well, I guess I'm out of time anyway.
Yeah.
So.
Please give a big hand to Axel.
Thank you.
And now you haven't blinked and fallen asleep for a bit because we changed a bit in the program. So you'll not have Tom right now, but we'll have Karen from NetNod talking about time distribution. So please welcome Karen.
Thank you. Afternoon, day 2, it's always a bit of a challenge to keep the energy up, so I hope that you can find some energy to listen for 30 minutes, ask some tricky questions, and then you get some coffee. So I'm here today to talk about how we in Sweden developed one of the most advanced and secure time distribution networks in the world. My name is Karen Ahl, and I'm the technical product leader for time and frequency at NetNode. A few words on the background. Not sure that everybody knows everything about NetNode. I know that many of you do already. We're a neutral organization. We've been working for 25 plus years at the core of the internet. We operate one of the largest internet exchange service in the Nordics. We manage iRoute, one of the world's 13, 2 in Europe. We provide DNS services and, of course, also our newest member in the family, time and frequency services to different sectors. We're a neutral organization formed and fully owned by the non-profit organization Stiftelsen för telematikens utveckling. Try to say that in Swedish. TU Stiftelsen is better. We're focused on contributing to the development of the core of the internet. We've been doing so since the beginning. We provide rock-solid, best-in-class services in all our fields. Very important to us. We ensure the redundancy and stability. And we also do actively contribute to standardization work, and we work in governance forums where it's important to us, our services and our customers. Just a few words on the IX platform. We have a peak traffic, as you can see, quite high, 2 terabits per second, 200 plus connected ASNs, and 100% uptime since 2002. And I think that all of you starts to wonder what happened before 2002. We didn't measure it, so we don't know. It was fairly good, I'm sure, but we don't have the exact numbers. And you can see on the map where we have the locations. NetNode Copenhagen. We have an IX here as well. It's the fastest growing IX in the Nordics. It's very good to say that when you're standing on stage in Copenhagen. 60 plus networks, high traffic, it's increasing all the time. We could see, I think it was the football, I look at my colleagues, I think it was during the football games, the traffic just started to heavily increase. And you can also get NetNode Time Direct over your IX port delivered here. We'll get back to that. So, time and frequency, we always know what time it is. And to know that, you need to have a good distribution of the network. You need to know how to monitor it, how to steer it, and how to operate it. We say that it's our youngest member in the family, but already in 1997, we took the first steps and we started an NTP service using rubidium clocks. But it took quite some time. So 2014, we were ready to start building the distribution network. It was on an assignment from PTS. I'll get back to that later on, how it looked like and what we did, how we ended up in 2014. And 2020 was also a very important year for us. We've been working heavily on the NTS RFC standard. We are very happy to be one of two that actually work on NTS. So why a national time distribution system? You can think about that for a while. It wasn't just an assignment coming to us. It was actually quite some time before that we worked together with the government and the regulatory office to look at the situation, to find out what was needed, how we could work on it together, and the role model, the role play in Sweden. We have a model that is quite unique. The first year we did a pre-study, and the three key takeaways from that pre-study was that conclusions that citizens and critical community services were dependent on the availability of electronic communications, and electronic communications as such are very dependent on time services. And time and frequency at the time and still today are often distributed by GNSS and can easily be spoofed and interrupted. And that was a big critical finding or takeaway. And when we looked at this together with the regulatory office, it was also quite clear that there wasn't a market player interested in establishing a nationwide distribution network. It takes time, it takes investments, and it takes a lot of knowledge to do so. Maybe a sidetrack, but just to show you, it's quite easy today to interrupt GNSS. It's a good signal, it's a good service, but you also need to be aware that it's quite easily spoofed and interrupted. I think you hear stories on a regular basis, lorries interrupting the time frequencies or close to the airport or whatever. It comes up in the media from time to time, so I think you're all aware that it's really, really easy and quite cheap to do so. So we were continuing working on this, and the conclusion in the report were that the system we need to establish was a system without GNSS dependency. It was from a national perspective that could guarantee robust and secure distribution. And it must be robust and available through the whole country, not only in different areas or specific areas around bigger cities or so, but in the whole country. It was also important that the services delivered from the system was affordable, so it wasn't a stopping factor, a barrier for operators to use the services. So that's also something that we've been working quite hard on, to find the pricing level that was accepted by the market. And as we are publicly funded, the last bullet point is very important. It's a very crucial one. The government must have visibility and direct input regarding the infrastructure, which means it must be located in and operated from Sweden. And this is how it looks in all countries today. It doesn't differ. I was talking about the model. The Swedish model is quite unique. You see the logos in the bottom left corner. NetNode, RISE, and PTS. So PTS is funding the system. We operate the system, and the RISE monitors the system. RISE is our time lab in Sweden. And the funding comes from half from the government and 50% from the operators. It's put together in an infrastructure fund
for robust services. And time and frequency is only one of the projects that get funding from this source. It's second line power, it's redundant paths of fiber, etc. It wasn't really easy from the regulatory body side to just say, well, I give you the money, do something good. Because they usually need to tender for it or do a procurement. And that process is a very long process, it's a very difficult one. And you don't know what you end up with. They had a very clear vision what they wanted to do. And then they actually found the SGEI regulation. It's a service for general economic interest. It's an EU decision which can be an alternative to the other process. And utilizing this legal area is actually something that gives us the opportunity to have a long-term relationship that we know we can go in full time and do this for year and year and year together with the other bodies in our project. It would be a very vulnerable project if we just have it on year and yearly basis. A few success factors when we started this. Definitely a very transparent cooperation between PTS and NetNode. We have weekly meetings. We discuss on and off all the time what their incentives are, what they want to see, a development or a new project, new services to the market. We have an ongoing discussion all the time. Dynamic requirements is also a very, very important part here. And the long-term approach, as I mentioned on the slide before. We work a lot with dedicated resources. We have a really tough time finding the right people to work on this. We are very happy for the people we got. We need to be more. But it's actually something that we are working really hard. It's one of our biggest challenges right now. To be able to grow, you need more people. And the services from the system must end up in a very affordable and market interesting position. So we're not trying to hurt ourselves here. So what do we deliver from the system? We have a few different services. The energy sector is coming up as a very interesting area that we are focusing a bit on now. But definitely the operators. We have PTP as our high-profile product. On a dedicated fiber, you can get a very precise nanosecond delivery of time. And we have NTP and NTS. This is how one of the nodes look like. You can see it's dual nodes, all critical equipment. It's duplicated, and it's only because of redundancy. We have 2 cesium clocks in all our nodes. And there is also a dedicated battery backup, which you can't see here on the picture, for all time components. And we also have NTP and NTS service that use a very specific custom-built FPGA-based hardware. The rest of the products are off-the-shelf boxes that you can find wherever. So we have 6 time nodes placed in 5 different places in Sweden, 2 in Stockholm. It's time traceable to UTC. We both have free and commercial services to different sectors, and we try to adapt to different sectors and find their specific need. NTP and NTS is our free of charge services. You can go to our website and find them. I think NTP is something that everybody here in this room knows about and are very familiar to. But NTS is something that we are trying to push really hard. It's getting picked up now by a few of the industry players, which is interesting because we can really see the usage taking off. And we hope that more people can implement it from start in their equipment. Our commercial services, as I mentioned, the PTP. We deliver PTP today to different customers. We have institutions, operators, energy companies. You can't say it's one customer. It's typically everywhere. But for those who just need something more and not really sure they need a full PTP, we put together NetNode Time Direct and NetNode Time Remote, two services that we launched during the autumn. And we will look a bit closer to NetNode Time Direct. NetNode Time Remote is a service that we deliver time over a VPN and the CPE out placed by the customer. And this is something that we can deliver in the whole country as well. The direct service, time as a service. We deliver it from one of our clock nodes and over the IX network. It's a fully managed time service with SLA, and it guarantees 30 microseconds accuracy from UTC. And this is good enough for lots of sectors today that don't have any legislative protocols to keep to. And it's delivered over a cross-connect or an IX port. Looking a bit closer into NTS, the benefits of it. Maybe it's clear to some of you, but it's important to talk about. NTP as such is a very vulnerable service. You can have packet manipulation, replay attacks, etc. We have our own NTP service, which you can find on the web page. NTP poll is something that many people use, and companies who might not be that aware of what time an NTP poll is, I would recommend you to look at something better. Inaccurate time, temper time is not a good thing. It's not an easy thing. Yeah. Sorry, if I... Yeah. Yeah, and everybody needs to be better in the poll if it's going to be better. So it's a continuous work. The sites, we started just a year back having it in Stockholm. Now you can find it in all our nodes, Luleå, Sundsvall, both places in Stockholm, Gothenburg and Malmö. This was a project that we are really, really happy about. It's a hardware NTP server in the FPGA. We started building it because we wanted to see if we could manage a higher level of traffic. It was a good success. It was quite some work. But this is the only thing that we actually built ourselves. It's an open source FPGA code that you can find. So it's nothing unique or specific for us. We share it with the world. And we put it into a white box, the NTP with NTS server, and we put it in the nodes. It's also an open source. If you want to connect to it, you can find it on our web. You can find this presentation, I think, in the program and follow the links. And I think this is maybe the most important slide, actually. Why should you get time from a trusted source? Well, of course, you avoid a range of problems, and you might have a better and secure time, but it's also the type of problems that you are avoiding. Authenticating problems, attacks. It's been lots of presentation on attacks here today and yesterday. Different security measures, cryptographic signatures, and establishing encrypted sessions. That's something that we talk a lot about when we develop our services in general. DNSSEC failing to work if the client doesn't have the accurate time. And incorrect timestamps. And that is a big focus area for us at the moment, looking at timestamps and signatures on the different services. To summarize what I talked about on the network, the distribution network, it's one of the most advanced one. we get the feedback when we go to conferences in all over Europe and present this, that they think it's impossible, but it's not. We have done it. More people can do it. You need heavy decisions, and you need a roadmap. Important to have the main players established, and you need to have them in front of you to discuss, to really agree on who's doing what and why. And when that is done, it's much easier to move on. The benefits. Well, organizations can ensure they're getting accurate and secure time for free from time service that ensure low latency and full redundancy. And sectors such as telco, energy, finance can use commercial time with SLA if they need, if they want. Many of them have 2 different services. The energy sector use our service as a primary service and have a GNSS still as a redundancy. Conclusions. Well, even if we at NetNode started our first steps in 1997, it's a clear case that this takes a lot of time. We talked to Denmark, we talked to Norway, and they say, well, we want to get started. Yeah, it's going to take still some years. It demands a lot of investments and a long-term view on it, so it's not a short-term project. Lots of knowledge as well. It's not to be underestimated. For us, the private-public cooperation has been one of the huge success factors for the long-term view here. And also, the customer isn't always right. When we talk to customers, they usually say they are not in need of time services or frequency. But when you show what they can do with it and what happens if they don't have it, they realize, well, we do need this service. So when we launch it to the market, we can really see a take-up. But it's also very difficult as a customer to think or know that you have a need if you haven't seen the solution. And it's also important to listen to the different needs in different sectors to be able to find a solution, to find the new services based on your product. Because that's where we have the big impact right now, to find the new services adapted to new sectors. Some references and further reading. You will find the presentation later on. Thank you for listening. Questions? Coffee break.
No, we don't let them up the hook just yet. I think we need at least one question. There's one question over there.
Hi, Wilhelm from Via Europa. First of all, I just want to say that I really appreciate the work being done by NetNode in this field. Feels like a great spend of my tax money. Yes. But I kind of wanted to circle back to the part about the NTP pool, because, you know, appliances and all that often have the NTP pool hard-coded. I still don't really understand why you don't cooperate with the NTP pool for clients in Sweden. I feel like that would be a benefit.
Well, I think Matthias wants to answer that.
I can actually comment on that. We are part of the NTP pool, so you will get us from the NTP pool as well.
Hi, Jan from Nordlys. You mentioned the mobile operators as being a large part of this project. Are they all actively using your platform today, meaning that all of the Swedish networks today have the same time and frequency source, or are they still kind of in progress?
Well, we have the operators as customers, yes.
Yes. Okay.
Yeah.
And also as say their primary source of time and frequency.
Well, I think they have actually several services. One from us, and usually their own as well. I'm not sure if they use it as a primary source. I would guess they do. But I think it also differs a bit. We can see now that some of the operators want time on stations not close to any of our nodes. So they're trying to find new, usually GNSS-based in some way, products to see how that works. We are not really there. We are following our network and the distribution.
Okay, thanks.
Morten from SmartShare Systems. I'm not sure the situation is the same today as it was when we looked at it, but a few years ago we looked at the NTP pool data quality, and it's off. The different sources are off by several seconds, so it's really bad quality. So I would not, if the situation is the same today as it was a few years ago, I would not recommend using the NTP pool for anything.
A question for the previous speaker and possibly other speakers as well. NTP pool is actually divided into sub-pools, so there are like per continent pools and per country pools and so on. Were you looking at the global pool or some sub-pool?
Yeah. Anyone? Sorry.
Aspen from Fejby. In a few days, we'll have a new law in Denmark around this, where we'll also create a new time normal in Denmark. Are you collaborating on that?
Well, we have lots of discussions with Denmark, and we are happy to share our knowledge and experience with everybody who wants to establish time and distribution networks. Yeah.
I would like to know, building a network to distribute time isn't cheap. What does a cesium clock cost?
Oh, that's... how long is the rope? It really depends on what kind of brand and what kind of performance you would like. But for the ones that we are using around, in Swedish kronas today, it's 1 million kronas for one clock. We have 40.
Yeah. Any last question? No? Well, first of all, also thank you for putting some notes in Greater Copenhagen. We really appreciate that. Yeah. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Please give Karen a big hand.
Thank you.
You have to remember to fill out some surveys. That's very important. We now have a 30-minute break, and then we will be back for the last part of the day. See you back in 30 minutes. welcome back. We're in the home stretch now. So please, we have Tom here from Cloudflare to talk about incident manager scale, whom I can add a previous manager quoted, "Yeah, I like Tom." So high praises there. Please welcome Tom.
Good afternoon. It's pretty cool to be the last speaker that isn't part of the PC, so thanks for that, I guess. So yeah, like Mikkel introduced me, I'm Tom, I work at Cloudflare, and I'd like to, for the next 25 to 30 minutes, talk a bit about how Cloudflare approaches incident management and how that could map to some of you and maybe hopefully get some of the lessons that we learned so you don't have to make the exact same mistakes again. So who am I and why am I up here and why am I even talking about this? Well, I have this unfortunate tendency of breaking things quite frequently, which means that I get involved in incidents quite frequently. The reason for that is I have two hats at Cloudflare. Partially, I'm the technical lead for the Edge network. So that means that, you know, it's like I do kind of the technical responsibilities and the planning 6 months out, year out, on what we're going to do with our Edge network. But I'm also part of the backbone team. So Cloudflare has semi-recently started building out a backbone that is now international. So we span all of the continents. Backbones have this really annoying tendency of breaking, especially subsea cables. If any of you kind of run international networks, APJC or APAC right now is not a fun place to be. So yeah, that's kind of what I do on a day-to-day basis. So, like I said, why am I talking about this? Well, some of you may have seen articles like this, and these kind of articles keep popping up, and the articles keep popping up in more regular frequency. And that's because the internet is becoming bigger and bigger and bigger, and the internet is becoming significantly more fundamental to everything we do in our day-to-day lives, right? Like, it's hard to imagine 30, 40 years ago that the internet would be at the scale it's at right now, or the mere fact that we'd rely on the internet for basically everything we do in our day-to-day lives, or even require the internet to run our jobs, right? Like most of you or some of you might be doing remote-only jobs. You require the internet to do your job, otherwise, you know, wouldn't be able to. So I kind of need to talk a bit about how do we deal with the internet when the internet breaks, because unfortunately the internet will break. And that's one of the first lessons, right? Is you kind of need to accept the fact that failure is possible, and then you move on from there. So what's incident management at Cloudflare? Is this playing? This is not playing. Oh, that's unfortunate. So yeah, this is a GIF from community. Things on fire. Not great, but unfortunately it's not playing, so there we are. I guess incident management. So what's our process like? Some of you may have heard of ETIL. ETIL is a set of standards or best practices on managing a bunch of different things, including incident management. Thing is, we don't follow the ETIL process in any way or form. The reasons on why I'll explain throughout this talk. But again, not working. So one of our primary things that differs from ETIL is the fact that we don't have a dedicated incident team, right? Like ETIL kind of indicates that you have an incident team, and the incident team is responsible for dealing with any of the problems, and you kind of work through that. We don't have that, right? So for us, it is hypercritical that everyone is involved and active within the incidents, especially if there's incidents for their specific service that they're running on our edge or anything like that. It's very important for us to make sure that it's also just the individual engineers are available and that they understand what the problem is and kind of help us there. We do have a couple of key people available. So one of the key people, or basically the only key person in the incident besides the individual engineers kind of working on resolving the problem, is the incident commander. The easiest way to kind of look at the incident commander is their WD-40. For those of you that don't know what WD-40 is, it's grease. And it basically, you can consider it lubricant, right? Like it makes everything, their primary job, their only function really isn't technical contributions. It's making sure that anyone else that is making technical contributions is able to do this at the best of their capabilities, right? So it's checking or kind of asking if there's more people that need to be involved, if they have all the resources available to make sure that they can do the best of their jobs to the best of their abilities. And incident commanders are all of the engineering managers, right? So we have multiple different kind of sub-organizations within Cloudflare, and a bunch of those have engineering managers. All of the engineering managers get added to a weekly rotation. So if you're an engineering manager and you're on the incident commander shift, that's a 7-day shift, and we kind of rotate through. We do try to follow a follow the sun system. For those of you that don't know what that means, it basically means 8-hour shifts to make sure that you as an incident commander don't get paged at 3 a.m. because brain no worky 3 a.m. kind of thing, unless you've already been awake, like some of us last night. So we use the follow the sun system. Basically 9 a.m. to roughly 6 p.m. is usually how the kind of rotation works. And we do that throughout. So let's talk a bit about our process. The easiest way that we kind of look at our process is 3 distinct steps. First step is detection. That should be quite obvious, I think, on what that basically means. It's figuring out, are things broken? Because surprisingly, that's not always as easy to figure out. Mitigation and remediation is very important for us. Like, it's very important to kind of make that distinction. Your mitigation is short-term fixes, right? It's the Band-Aid. It's making sure that, you know, like you lost an arm, stop the bleeding is the first critical part of you've lost an arm, and then the second part is get to the hospital so they can properly fix it. That's remediation. And the last but not least, but equally as important as any of the previous steps, it's reporting. So for detection, Cloudflare uses Alert Manager and Prometheus for basically our entire monitoring environment. For those of you that don't know, they're both open source tools written in Golang, and they allow you to export metrics, and then Alert Manager allows you to write rules that use those metrics to basically alert you on any given problem. So it's really important to kind of note here that you can only detect things that you know that can break, right? That's a really annoying thing. Fortunately, we have this really cool benefit, and that really cool benefit is called customers. And customers have this really annoying tendency of not shutting up, especially when things break, which is great because even if our detection systems fail, even if we, for example, just didn't account for the fact that, oh, this is a thing that can actually break, our customers will be more than happy to remind us that that thing can definitely break. So that's the first part, right? Like we figured out, oh, damn, we fucked up. We broke something. Now what are we going to do? Next up, it's mitigation and remediation. So like I already mentioned, mitigation is your Band-Aid. Mitigation is just kind of making sure, let's stop the bleeding. So for us, what that usually means, if there's any, specifically if this is a network-related incident, for some other things we might not do that, but if it's a network-related incident, usually what we'll do is we'll drain the infrastructure that's affected, right? So Cloudflare has a massive Anycast network, which basically just means we'll stop advertising those Anycast prefixes from the impacted location. We even do that if there's software issues. We work with release trains and things like that to make sure that not all of our software, if you're making changes to our software, instantly hits the entire edge, because that would be awkward. So what we will do is we use a system called canaries. Canaries in a coal mine basically means they get production traffic, but it's less production traffic. So that means that if there's any issue with a release or any issue with anything that we've done, we'll know about it. There will be customer impact, unfortunately, but it's minimal, and we're still able to kind of easily drain the traffic to make sure that everything's okay. And then second part is remediation, because you can't just keep Band-Aids going, right? Like anyone that's had a cut and put a Band-Aid on, after about a week, it's not pleasant to look at the Band-Aid anymore. It's the same thing with code, right? It's like if you have code that's broken and you kind of put a Band-Aid in, it kind of gets like, it's nasty. It's like it's technical debt in one way or another that you kind of need to deal with, and that's where the remediation part comes in. It's getting a very good understanding and learnings from the problem you've had, and then putting in a solid and long-lasting mitigation, right? And that's where reporting comes into play. Reporting is basically as important as actually fixing the problem, because if you're not properly reporting on the problem you just experienced, how are you going to learn from it? And it's really important, and kind of a bunch of talks we've had before, like the talk that Alan had as well yesterday, is you need to learn, like, making mistakes is fine. Making mistakes is important. Making mistakes is critical, but you also need to learn from them. And that's where reporting comes in. So we have a system, or we have a bot called respect tables. It's important to respect your tables. And respect tables is basically just this kind of nagging voice in the back of our head that basically reminds us about some of the things that we need to take care of. Incident hygiene, let's put it that way. So it will, there we go. So it will nag us, and we use Google Chat as our communication system. It will nag us about, it's like, oh, you need to update your status. It will nag us about that every 5 minutes, right? So we have an incident board that I can show you in a second. An incident board, and that incident board will show us all of the active incidents happening at the time. So engineering managers or VPs or SVPs or any of the higher ups can look at the incident board and instantly know what's the status of the Cloudflare network, right? They can kind of immediately understand if they wake up and they get into work, it's like, what's the status of Cloudflare? Do I need to step in? Do I need to start calling customers? Things like that. And one of the items reported there is the status of the incident. Now, if you've had an incident that's been going on for 2 hours or 3 hours and the last status update was an hour and a half ago, the likelihood of that status update being accurate or a good representation of what's currently going on is quite limited. So what respect tables will do is it will just nag us every 5 minutes, hey, set a status, set a status, set a status, just to kind of make sure that all of the information that we are presenting to both internal and as well as external teams is accurate. So this is the incident board I mentioned earlier. The green thumb is the good one. Basically means nothing's broken. Fairly rarely. There's always something broken in one way or another, unfortunately. But what you can see here is it has like the last status update. It also has like the last status comment. Those are two really critical parts because that allows teams or managers that weren't involved in the initial creation of the incident to kind of quickly get up to speed and quickly understand what was going on. Another aspect is all of the previous things I just talked about is internal, right? The incident board is not public, never going to be public for hopefully obvious reasons. But what we do have is Cloudflare status. So Cloudflare status is a status page that allows us to very quickly, very accurately update our customers on the status of the global Cloudflare network. What's really important here is some of you may recognize this IP space that are present in the room. That's not Cloudflare IP space. Cloudflare specifically is like the 104/12 range, if any of you know that. So that's kind of where we're at. This is clearly not Cloudflare IP space. It is Google IP space. Also, thank you, Google, for having that an RPKI ROA on there. Just need to make sure that, I'm not sure if Job is still in the room, just to need to make sure that RPKI has been mentioned. Therefore, please sign your routes. But yeah, it's like this is Google IP space. The reason for that is that if we're hosting our Cloudflare status page on Cloudflare infrastructure and we break Cloudflare infrastructure, how do we update our customers, right? So this is entirely on separate infrastructure that we do not manage, do not own in any way or form. This is a product that we just buy from a different company that we're able to kind of update to make sure that if we're horribly, horribly broken, that we can still update our customers to tell them that we're horribly, horribly broken, even though the likelihood of them knowing is high. But, you know, it's the principle of the thing. And then last but not least, it's incident reviews. So we just wrote this like really cool report on, like, oh, we made an update on a firewall rule and we started black holing traffic, for example. Then you write that report, you write out, okay, so what's the thing that happened? How did it happen? And how do you make sure that never happens again, right? Those are the three critical parts of a report for us. What we'll do is once a week, usually on a Friday, Fridays are fun days for that, is usually on the Fridays, we'll go through each and every incident that happened in the last 7 days, the incident commander or the engineering manager responsible for the service that was broken will quickly run the rest of the team through that incident. They'll talk on, well, this is what happened, this is how we remediated it, and this is how we make sure that going forward, we're never going to have the exact same incident again, because that's always the really hard part to explain to customers. If you've had an incident and then 6 months later or a year later or 2 years later, you have the exact same incident, customers have the brain of an elephant. They remember things. They remember things for a very painfully long time, which means that after a while, they'll go, wait, I remember this happening before. Why didn't you, I thought you told us you'd fix this. Why is this happening again? So we need to make sure that whatever we put in place is a sufficient remediation so that it can't happen again. But last but not least, what we'll also do during the review is what could we have done better? Because we're all human, and humans fail, and humans make mistakes. So we need to make sure that we understand what were the mistakes we made, because there's always going to be some mistake made in one way or another, even if it's the most obvious thing of, oh, we should have paged a different team, or we shouldn't have paged a different team. Like, very simple things that you can still learn from, can still move forward from, but also that you can put systems in place so that that mistake can't be made again. Because, like I said, humans have this annoying tendency of failing or making mistakes. If you put systems in place that that failure isn't possible, then you're good, right? It's like it's guardrails. So that's kind of where we go. And then sometimes during review, what will also come up is we should talk about this. We should talk about this publicly, right? Some of you may have seen this. Like, there is a reason why the nickname of Cloudflare is occasionally Blogflare. We like blogging about things, and sometimes we'll blog about the issues we've had, the problems we've had, a specific incident. Like, for example, like last year, we had to blog about a mistake we made in building out some resilience, and that took down about 50% of our traffic. That's not great when that happens, and we decided very quickly and very early on that customers are gonna want more information than the information we usually report on them, right? Our enterprise customers, they can request incident reports. These are redacted, mostly redacted reports of the incident we had. But in some very specific, very public cases, like the incident last year, we decide that it's better for everyone involved to be as open as possible about this, explain what the mistake was, explain how we're going to fix the mistake, and explain how the mistake can never be made again. Because again, it's like it's at that point something that's beyond our enterprise customers, right? It's a problem that was noticed by the entire internet. At that point, it behooves us to kind of teach, use it as a learning moment for everyone else on the internet. It's like, well, this is a mistake we made. In that specific case last year, it's term ordering is apparently important. If you have a then reject at your end, then you need to make sure that all of the prefixes that you want to advertise don't end up after, because that's not going to do much. So that's kind of where we're at, right? So to kind of summarize everything, I'll go back for that, if that works. Clicker is a bit slow. Come on. There we go. So to kind of summarize the entire process that I kind of just walked through, first of all, it's your detection. It's figuring out what's broken. The really critical parts here is metrics. Be as verbose as possible, right? It's the best important thing. Even if you report metrics that you're never think are going to be an issue, trust me, it's going to be an issue. And then you have mitigation and remediation. Very important to kind of make that distinction. Mitigation is the band-aid. Remediation is the actual solution. And then reporting, it allows you to learn, and it allows your new hires that come in after the fact to go back, have a read-through, and understand what the problems was. So that's in short, and I think I still have about 5 minutes, or 10 minutes even. So that's in short is basically incident management at Cloudflare. So Any questions? Oh boy.
Hi, it's Aksu from Finland. So can you go back one slide? So I find that often when going through incidents, you discover something about your system that you didn't realize. Well, actually, I guess that's always what happens. But sometimes you also discover things that were not really involved in that incident, but that might become incidents in the future. How often do you have you developed a process for this?
Yeah, we had the exact same realization. So initially we were just reporting on incidents, and from incidents we have prevents, right? Where the prevents is, well, this broke, and this will make sure that never going to break again, right? That's kind of the relationship. But we also have a separate system, and that's FPOS. FPOS stands for failure possible. And that's exactly what you're talking about. It's engineers thinking through their systems or going through an incident and then noticing, oh, this is what failed, but there's this other critical component that can fail in a slightly different way. We'll need to document that, and then we can mark prevents to that as well. Even though it hasn't actually failed yet, we know that that possibility exists. Therefore, we should make sure that, you know, we make it safer, we make it better, we make it more secure.
Hi, Rory from Google. I got a two-parter question for you, sorry. The first is, you mentioned when you're doing a review of an incident that you will put in guardrails to prevent it from happening in the future. Did you ever encounter a situation where you put in guardrails and the incident did reoccur? And the second part is, what's your favorite Taylor Swift album?
Thanks for that second question. I realized that I forgot to mention that. But yeah, so first part, yes, that always happens, right? Like you try and you fail, and that sometimes happens. We've even had situations where the guardrails are the ones that cause incidents, which it happens, right? It's like you build in a system with the expectation of, oh, this is a failure we had. Here's the guardrail that prevents us from failing. But then you, like a couple of months later or years later, you have an incident where the guardrails are the root cause, or the guardrails are at least contributing in the amplification of the issue or preventing you from resolving the problem as fast as you can, because sometimes you kind of need those guardrails, right? Like that's the same way that pushing out software updates, we can't do anything global instantly, right? Which is a good thing, because that means that we can't globally break specific services, but that also means that if there is an issue globally with a specific service and we need to update that service, well, tough shit, but it's going to take 3 hours for you to update that service. There's no way around it. We can accelerate it, but you're going to be stuck to a specific time frame anyway. So yeah, that happens all the time. You live and you learn. And favorite Taylor Swift album right now, Midnights. The 3 a.m. version, definitely Midnights.
Hi, it's Aksu again. You mentioned that you use some Google services for some of your internal processes, and I don't require you to name names, but do you have alternatives in case Google sometimes messes up?
Yes, it's called IRC.
Hi, Oscar from New Day. During the mitigation and remediation periods, do you use automation?
Yes. So we use automation as much as we can, right? But sometimes, which is, for example, one of the issues we had in the incident in June, was that the problem itself made the routers that were problematic unreachable, which meant that our automation couldn't reach the routers. So at that point, chicken and an egg. So at that point, the only way we could get in is through a console server and then console line, get into the router, do a rollback 1, and you're fixed. So in that case, it is manual intervention, and you need manual operator intervention, but we use automation as much as we can. Same thing with, for example, like the progressing of software through our fleet that's done through a system called Turnstile. Allows us to be very specific and very concrete about, well, this software version goes to that location at that point and things like that to make sure that there's no human involvement or as little human involvement as possible.
Thank you.
Hi, Peter from Telia. So you mentioned reporting, right? How do you make sure that you have enough time to do the report properly? And how do you make sure that the quality of the reports on the incidents is actually good enough when you do the review?
So that's a bit personal responsibility, I guess, is the easiest way of answering that. The way that we do it within the network team is that we try to have someone that wasn't involved in the incident write the incident report. The reason for that is it's a good learning opportunity, right? It allows people to kind of go through the incident at a later time, have fresh eyes on the problem itself, and that can sometimes give us like a fresh perspective. But it also means that if they're lacking information, then we fucked up in the incident process, right? And then that's something that we can learn about, and then we can figure out, okay, how do we make sure that that doesn't happen again? But once that report is then written, then we'll have a review internally just within the network team. Usually one of the ICs or individual contributors that was involved in the incident will then go through the incident report, make some amendments if amendments are needed, add some graphs if there's like additional graphs, stuff like that. And once we're happy with that internally, then we can present it. Like I said, we do these once a week. So normally, you know, that's for the entire previous week of incidents, we review then. You can ask for an exception, but you can only really ask for an exception once. Because otherwise someone's going to be on your ass and it's not going to be a fun day, right? So that's kind of how we make sure that people are held accountable and there's personal responsibility, but we also make sure that we have systems and processes in place that make it easy or as easy as possible for people to be successful in writing those incident reports.
Thank you.
Yes, Wilhelm from Via Europa. I was wondering, first of all, your status page, does that update automatically or is it a manual intervention? And then also, when an alert is triggered, how is the triage process going on?
So the status page is manual. We have done a couple automations that will automatically trigger a status page when we have a P1 or a P0 incident. It will automatically create like a very nondescript status page update, but we're not pushing that further for any of our other incidents because we've learned from customer feedback that vague status page updates are worse than no status page updates because it raises questions that we don't always answer. And some people have this like thing in their head where it's like they think the worst, which completely understandable. I'm an SRE. It's my job to think the worst, right? But that also just means that if you have a nondescript status page update, you instantly think, oh, dear God, all of my traffic is broken, right? So yes, for a very, very limited subset of problems. And secondly, for alerts, for triaging, each engineering team owns their own service. Right, so we have an SRE team, we have a network team, but we're there to help and enable the other engineering teams to do the best work possible, and to help them build proper alerting and proper metrics. But at the end of the day, if you're writing a service, then you're also the one responsible for that service in production. So these alerts will automatically just go to the team that wrote them. They'll do the triage because, again, they wrote the software. The basic expectation is that they probably know best. And once they understand either, you know, it's like, this is a really big problem. We need to raise an incident because we need more engineering time or we need more engineers available to kind of work this out, then we do so. But most of the times when we write alerts, even for the network team, that doesn't inherently mean that we instantly create an incident, right? Like if we can resolve this within 5 minutes or 10 minutes or whatever our SLOs are, there's no need for an incident. We'll resolve it internally and we're good.
Henrik Carl Peterson from Intembus. Just a comment. I just wish more people were open about incident and reporting so we can all get smarter instead of just having the report internally and not sharing with the world.
Yeah, I agree. Fully agree. Like, I'm really like very happy, very proud that I got into Cloudflare and that we've always had this very open culture on, you know, we fuck up and that's okay. And here's how we fucked up. Because, yeah, like you said, everyone can learn from this. More than happy to contribute to that.
Yeah. I think we're done with the questions now. Give Tom a big hand.
Thank you. Thanks.
So now it's time to figure out how much you actually been following along. Max and Fergus will be quizzing your left. Will you just be having the...
So the good news is we've got lots of T-shirt prizes. Can you tell we're trying to get rid of them? But to make it more interesting for everybody, we do have real prizes. And we had a discussion about which should be the first prize, the Swiss chocolate or the Danish chocolate. So we decided that the first prize will be both. Second and third, I'm afraid we don't have any more Swiss chocolate, so you'll have to have the nice Danish chocolate. Did I get away with that? So the quiz will be multiple choice. You can play on your phone, you can play on your laptop, and we will get a URL up with a secret code that lets you into the competition. Now, you'll get 4 choices. The trick is to answer quickly. So like if you're not sure between 1 or 2, just choose one quickly, because if you wait, the available points fall off very quickly. So. So, if you've got the Kahoot app, you can open the app and go to the pin 314695, or if you're using a browser, you can go to kahoot.it and enter the game pin there.
Here we go.
We have 27th, 32.
Yeah, we only have 100 slots, so be quick. So otherwise you might be left out.
And I'm afraid we don't take shout-in answers.
Let me get the clicker so we can click ahead. Cool, 69, 60, 70, 71. So let's see if you have paid attention to every single aspect of the talks. So we have special questions about each and every one of the talks. Well, except my own. But yeah. Okay, we still have 20 slots.
Is anybody still trying to get in?
What I suggest is that you get the app for Kahoot, because not only it's important to get the correct answer, but also to do it quickly. And with the app, you get the quickest response.
That's helping them.
Well.
Okay, so we're at 80, we've been at 79, 80, 81.
Okay, Do we have to wait for anyone else? No?
Okay, let's go.
Okay. Let's go. Whoops. Okay, first, so can we have the sound as well? So, what do we need for time? Do we need to wait? We need waves, frequency, or frequency and wave?
There should be music appearing.
It's. Okay. Anyway, the sound is on.
Yes, but no, you need to
Well, let's see. Well, it is. It is supposed to go to the headphones. No, he asked me to do the plug. Yeah? No? Anyway, we can do without sound. Let's go ahead anyways. Okay. So we have 55 who got the correct one. And luckily no one who said we need to wait. Well, let's see who was the quickest one. Okay. Who is Runsta? There you go. Well done.
And you don't have to out yourselves, because some people have amusing names and don't out themselves. But, you know, it's a long way to go.
Okay.
Next
so,
question.
How many people is the DKNOG PC composed of? Is it, I want to join? Because if you click that one, you'll get an email from us in the next couple of days. 2, 4, 3, 5, 7. Okay, well done, well done.
Another 55 people were paying attention.
Yeah, but so we might be 6 the next, or there might be 6 people in the DKNOG program committee in the next meeting. As you see, there are the 6 who said they would like to join. Well done, well done. So, refer a friend. Yes. Wow, Melchior.
You've been paying attention again, haven't you?
Ouch, JJ, Christopher, and Paul. Okay, so let's look at the next question. How high is the peak traffic on NetNode? This might be tricky. It's not as much as my ISDN. 2 terabits plus, 2 terabits, 2 petabits. Well done. I see the majority got it right.
But not 55, which is disappointing because we were on a run.
We were on a run. I know, but it was written like this on the slides as well. So I just
we are not responsible for other people's errors. Didn't you read the disclaimer?
It was in yellow on the slides. You're right. But it's well, anyway. Did Melchior stay on top? No. So, Anders, well done so far. Well done so far. But it's a close call, as you can see. They're all in a range of 10 points, basically. 110 points.
That's the difference between that packet going from your laptop as opposed to your phone. Just saying.
Yep. Ready for the next one? Let's see. At the social dinner, what was the non-meat, non-vegetable in the main course?
I ate what? Chocolate-covered moss, jellyfish, or porcini? Answers seem a bit slower this time.
So you're... Well done, porcini. Not the chocolate-covered moss.
Which is a Danish speciality in the days of Noma, when Noma was Noma.
Good. So, how are the standings now? JJ. I see that's still a close call, but who's JJ? Okay. Good, good, good. Good. And then we have someone who's on a streak of 3. Okay, let's move to the next one. Let's see the next question. Whoa. What are qubits? Melchior, you can't get it wrong, huh? We should ask Melchior for more info. I didn't fully understand it. Something that cannot be copied, or a state of matter that really matters. All of the above. It's a multi-select. There were 2 correct ones. One, it's I didn't fully understand it, because that's what I would have said. But see, Melchior, people paid attention. Yeah.
More than the average.
More than the average.
Yeah,
that's
71
true.
is more than 55.
Yeah, well done, well done. So, how are we doing now? Oh, this situation hasn't changed. The scoreboard hasn't changed. Okay, so next one. Which years was Nina comparing for running CDNs? Was 34 BC and 1066? Or 2019 and 2020? 2012 and 2023? 2013 and 2022?
Oh, I'm sorry. Was this a hard one?
It was 2012 and 2023. Let's see how much this has changed. JJ still on top by 100 points. MK, Timur. Yeah. Ready for the next one? What is dead according to Roman's presentation? This is really easy. So I actually thought about writing peering as one of the answers, but or transit, or...
But we said, please don't be political.
Well done, well done. Okay.
And that's even more than Melchior's right answer.
So we can't really get the single answers from each and every one. I would be curious to see that one yellow person. So,
but we could tell with the one with the guilty look.
yeah, yeah. So not much has changed on top, but we see Tim with a nice streak, 3 in a row. So let's see if the situation changes after the next one. Let's go. How many times has Hugge spoken at DKNOG?
Too many.
Well, there is that. You can choose one. You can choose it, yes. Is it 6, 7, speaks too fast, or too many?
No, that's Curtis. Who put that answer in there? No, not for me on this one.
That was 7, at least that's what he said during his talk. I don't know. That's the number I heard during the presentation. So
because we were paying attention.
Good. Let's see if this has brought a lot of changes. A lot of changes on top. Cool, cool. And I see it's still a close call. So we still have, what's question is?
Got 9 to go.
Well, now, we're halfway through. So what does OTC mean? O2 cool, optical timer cap, optical time channel, or only the caps? All the caps. All the caps, yeah. Well, didn't fit in the O. But yeah, well done, well done. Optical time channel. So, nothing changed on top. Well, just a small change, but yeah. So let's move quickly to the next one. What is the percentage of IPv6 shown for Denmark by Alena? Well, it was 8-9% on the slide with the map, but yeah. Why would that be a multiple choice? What is IPv6? Yeah, we all do. We all do.
Listen, just because Finland is a little bit better, there's no need to rub it in. Unfortunately, he's here all week. The good news is it's Friday afternoon.
Good. Any change on the top? Ooh, Tim.
What happened to you?
AKP? Anyone in here? Ah, there. Okay, they're in the corner. A local.
You can play this remotely, but your chances are pretty minimal with the latency.
Unfortunately, yes.
Because you don't use V6, you see. If you used V6, you wouldn't have that problem. Just saying.
Next question. And it's a multi-select again. How many times was regex mentioned in...
We apologize. We will fix the person who does the grammar next time.
Well, the correct answers were too many and 42, which we know is the universal answer. So we could have put not enough as well, but there we go. So too many and 42 were correct in this one. But kudos to the 18 people who said not enough.
And Duck has a nice number to be leading on.
There we go. Who is Duck? Oh, okay. Well done so far. Next. How is the cowboy mentioned by Alan in his presentation? Is that a great cowboy, a fast cowboy, a lone, or a fat cowboy?
Wasn't he just describing himself?
Now, Alan, you can't get this wrong, yeah? Okay, good. It's the lone cowboy. And who chose the fat cowboy? So, because
I mean, which two of you? I mean, you know, it's not like one of you. Was that a hand going up at the back?
Okay, good. Nothing changed on top, but we're still pretty close. So we still have a few questions. Still a chance to catch up. How many careers has Pavel had, according to his slide? Too many careers? 5, 3, 7 in his career path? Where's Pavel? Oh, you can't get this wrong. It was 5, at least that's what I counted on the slides. On the slide. Yeah. So, since there were many different answers, has anything changed on top? Ooh, there's been a revolution on top. Who's Brian? Brian in the corner.
And you've broken the 10,000.
Good. But it's still close. So, and we still have a few questions. So next one. For which platform is the pseudocode Alexei showed in his presentation? Which platform could you run it on? Juniper, Arista, Cisco, or none? This was a tricky one. Because he mentioned it was Juniper-like, but it was just, well, the answer is in the question. It's pseudocode. But I see not much has changed on the top. So Brian still leading. Good. Okay, next one. What does RIS stand for? Route Information Innovation Service, Routing Information Service, Remain in Silence, or Route Information Service? Routing Information Service. I know the green one was the tricky one, but it's Routing Information Service. Has anything changed on top? Oh, a bit of a revolution, but Tim is back on in the lead. And I don't remember where Tim is. Back there, okay. Cool, cool. So I guess this is number 16 out of 18. Yes. Who needs to approve a carrier in peering DB? Is it the facility admin, the architect, the telephone operator, or the janitor? The janitor, yeah.
Well, they're the only one with all the keys.
Well done. It's the facility admin. Wasn't that complicated? Okay, so nothing has changed on top. But let's see if the last two questions are going to impact, because it's a very close call. Let's see. How many people registered for this year's meeting? Was it 238, 211, 1245, or 222?
And that's not our password, by the way.
Oh boy. No. Okay, well done. It's 238 people for this meeting. And almost no change on top. So, the last question. There are 200 points between the top two, 300 between the top three. Let's see if they...
That's not very long in Kahoot terms.
Nope. Last question. Are you ready? There we go. How many hats does Tom have at Cloudflare? 2, 1, 3, 5? Is that... I put too many in too many answers already, in too many questions. So when I reached this one was obviously the last one I wrote. I was like, that was 2 hats. So 44 people got it right. So now let's see the winners. Actually, let's get the chocolate boxes first.
Well,
voila. So... here's the podium. 3rd place for Brian. Where's Brian? Second for Ook, and first for the last... Oh, wait.
it was worth it. No, you have to stay on stage. Oh, really? Somebody has to take the photo.
Then who is Ook, or UK? Ulf, yeah.
What happened to the big German boy?
So Ulf, it's good you didn't get first, because otherwise you would have gotten Swiss chocolate.
Yeah, damn.
Damn. Stay here for a second. Stay here. The last 24,800. Well done. So you get both a Danish and Swiss chocolate.
Can we line prize winners up so that Alan can take...
Wait.
This side's probably easier.
Let's go this side, yeah. Or, yeah.
Should we move this side?
No, it's okay.
I don't know why my colleagues left. We started full.
Congratulations, everyone.
Congratulations. Wait. I'll take a screenshot of the podium and, well, we hand it back to the chair.
And if you're coming to Peering Days, you can play it again.
Any questions?
No, we might change them a little bit.
Yeah. Well, we only have the last part of today. Sorry. We only have the last part of today. Lasse will be closing the proceedings. So please welcome Lasse for the last time today.
Jeg er ikke højere. I see the room is near empty now, so a lot of people have already left. But I just want to thank you all for coming. It's been a great show, that I think. And then I would like to ask the program committee to please all stand up. So, thank you. Thank you very much to the program committee for making such an excellent show for us. Thank you, guys. It's really appreciated. And so I just want to remind you that we still need all of you to chip in to make DKNOG even greater. So the next session that we will have is the general meeting in May. It will be physically in Copenhagen, but you are able to attend remotely. You are able to go in right now and sign up to attend. But also, even if you can't attend the general meeting, and even if you do attend the general meeting, please write to the board of DKNOG and sign up for any of the working groups. If you don't remember them, the slides are still online from yesterday, so you can see them. Think about how you think you can contribute, either with input or with helping us do some of the actual work involved, and write to the board. Even if you do attend the general meeting, which I hope that you all do. So, with that, have a great weekend.
You don't have to go home, but you can't stay here. Yeah. Just the last thing, there's a general evaluation form up now on the site. So if you have any, please fill that out so we can have a more general thing than just the talks. Yeah. Have a good one, everybody. Oh.